Congress, colleagues, and friends, I'm with you in spirit today, and I'm with you all the way in our common task at this critical moment, to join hands across borders and bring about a new global swing in politics, back to basics for the people, with patriotic social democracy, against extreme right-wing voices that threaten to undermine our nations and our common values. We've done it before, and we will do it again, by connecting with voters, winning elections, and delivering real change for working people, by shaking up the system when in power, and making government work while preserving a sense of pride and security for ordinary people. Congress, this is our common task at this moment in time. Let's reclaim the center ground in global politics once again, under the banner of social democracy. Our international movement has seen some inspiring victories recently. I was at the Global Progress Action Summit in London in September, just after Labour's victory in Norway, in a panel with progressive leaders of the United Kingdom, Australia, and Canada, who have all won elections and re-elections over the past year. We have shown that when we are organized, we can win. Indeed, in Iceland, Social Democrats are leading the government now. After 11 long years out of power, we got there by being honest with ourselves and with the voter, going back to our core values with focus on delivery and reconnecting with people, by having real conversations up and down the country, not preaching our own smart policy ideas, but listening carefully, and in order to learn and fulfill our most fundamental moral duty as social democrats, to win elections, to deliver real change for working people. Many thanks to the Party of European Socialists for bringing us together, and all the best to Dutch Labour and Frans Timmermans in the coming elections. We appreciate your leadership for Europe, and we hope you will soon serve your country in a new capacity and a new government for the Netherlands. Congress, let's bring about a new progressive swing in global politics. It's about time.
Desde América del Sur les habla Yamandu Orsi. Soy el presidente.
Hello from Latin America, the President of the Republic of Uruguay. I want to greet everyone who participated at the Congress of the Party of the European Socialists, inviting you all to uphold unity as a fundamental flag. Progressivism has to be strong and united in these difficult moments, when democracy remains our purpose, when freedom is still our goal. My warmest embrace to you all. Let's strengthen the message of freedom and democracy that the world needs today. The current time requires from us to be united and optimistic. Let us look into the future with happiness and joy. That's what we're here for.
Dear comrades, welcome to the third and final day of the PES Congress, the progressive mobilization in Europe and beyond. But before I continue, I want us to give a big applause to the band that played in the beginning, Jack and the Weatherman. And as you see, I have good news to you. I have the honor to host and brighten your day also today. For you who didn't join us yesterday, my name is Evin Insir, member of the European Parliament since 2019, Swedish, of course, Social Democrat, a proud member of our progressive family. And today, we will be hearing from progressive leaders from Europe and beyond. A big applause to all our leaders who are gathering here today. And now, for the opening of our Congress of today, I welcome up our own Secretary General, Giacomo Filibeck. Welcome up. Have a camera.
So, good morning, everyone. You have seen the two videos of the Prime Minister of Iceland and the President of Uruguay. I think that the Party of European Socialists is well placed to make the North and the South talking with each other. And this is what is fundamentally important for our political family, to bridge progressive from different continents, from different situations, from different political contexts. It's a mission that we want to carry on, and this Congress is the very beginning of this endeavor. But let me share with the Congress the most important decision that we took yesterday, besides the adoption of the major part of our resolutions, and it is the election of our collective leadership. As you know, our president has been re-elected with a very large mandate yesterday, but after his elections, then Vice Presidents, Secretary General, Deputy Secretary General, Treasurer have been also elected by the presidency meeting. So here I would like to invite on stage, so that you can all see this collective progressive leadership at your service, Stefan Levin, PES President. First Vice President, Irache Garcia. Executive Vice President, Katarina Barley. Executive Vice President, Andy Babler. Treasurer, Caroline Jeunesse. Vice President, Tania Fayon. Vice President, Victor Negrescu. Vice President, Kati Piri. Vice President, Nora Mebarek. And then, joining me in the team of the Secretary Generals, Saar van Buren, Deputy Secretary General, Yonnek Pollet, Deputy Secretary General, Thomas Vaupel, Deputy Secretary General. And I would also like to share with you that Kata Tutto, the President of the Committee of the Region, on behalf of our family, will also be permanently invited to join our meetings. And last but not least, sorry for the least, being not myself, is the other Vice President from Poland, Krzysztof Śmiszek. And now, our President, Stefan Levin, will address shortly the Congress.
Signore.
Signore.
Dear delegates, leaders, guests, dear friends, it's an honor to open this final day of our Congress here in Amsterdam, and here together we have shown what our family does best. We turn commitments into results. We know what is at stake. Trust in democracy is fragile. War has returned to our borders. The climate crisis is accelerating, and the far right is feeding fear in our societies. But here together we refuse fear. We choose hope in action. As some turn inward and divide, we turn outward and we work together, because this is who we are. This is what we stand for. And we channel that action around three commitments. First, fairness and dignity. This is about decent work, affordable homes, opportunities for the next generation. Second, democracy and equality. We stand firm against the far right and those who normalize it. We defend equality, justice, and human rights. We protect free media and civil society, and we make sure that every person, regardless of gender, origin, or belief, has a place in our society. Third, peace and security. We will continue to support Ukraine until freedom and justice prevail. In the Middle East, we will work for a lasting ceasefire and a just, lasting two-state peace built on law, on humanity, and end to suffering. And dear friend, this progressive mobilization is the moment our times demand, the impulse our democracies need, a stand for workers' rights and dignity, a commitment to women's rights and true gender equality, a movement against racism, hatred, and discrimination, a call for peace, solidarity, and multilateralism. But we cannot face these challenges alone, we know that, and that is why we call for a global progressive mobilization, bringing together parties, movements, and foundations. And let today be the start of that global effort. Over these days, we have heard many inspiring voices, real examples of leadership. And today we also will hear more. Jonas Gahr Støre, Jacinda Ardern, Teresa Ribera, Eli Schlein, Irache Garcia, and many, many more. We'll hear more today. Friends, this is what progressive leadership looks like. This Congress has united people from all walks of life, a community moving in the same direction. Later today, Pedro Sanchez proved courage delivers, and Franz Timmermans, a strong progressive voice, will join us. Together with our partners, we're building the future. Friends, this is progressive mobilization in Europe and beyond. From speeches to solutions, from resolutions to results, from this room in Amsterdam to the everyday lives of millions of Europeans. United, Europe moves forward. And as we move forward, let's hear now from a true bridge builder in Europe, a great friend, a great socialist. Please welcome the President of the European Council, Antonio Costa.
Good morning, dear friends, dear comrades. First of all, dear Stefan, congratulations for your re-elections. You are a great leader, a great source of inspiration for all of us, and we count on you to lead the social democracy to the victory every day in Europe. Thank you, Stefan. I'm truly glad to be here with you today in Amsterdam. And I want to thank Frans Timmermans for hosting us here today. France is a great example of an European progressive and experienced politician. His fight for rule of law and gender equality made him a leader of European values. And this commitment to climate action made him a leader for the future. We count on you, France, after these next elections. We are here in the room dedicated precisely to a former Dutch Prime Minister, a great progressive leader, Joop den Uyl. And Joop den Uyl once said, where there is no vision, where is no perspective, the people perish. And this is exactly what this Congress is all about. A moment to show our vision, our perspective, our sustainable, for a sustainable, fair and democratic Europe. The main responsibility in politics is to protect our citizens. And climate change is an existential threat for all humanity. Floods, droughts, and wildfires are not distant concerns. They are already a dramatic, really, and great cost. Climate action is not an obstacle to economic growth. On the contrary, the green transition is Europe's chance to lead the world. We must lead in innovation, in creating quality jobs, sustainable industries, reducing energy costs, and strengthening energy security. We cannot save on our climate ambition, but we must drive. This ensures that no one is left behind. We must drive this, ensuring that we are not damage the growth of our economy. And that is the reason why no one can lead this transition better than Social Democrats and Labour parties. Because social cohesion is in the DNA of our vision for European societies. And we know how to protect humanity from climate change and to protect people throughout this transition. Europe is a peace project. And we also need to protect our citizens from war. Since Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, it has become clear that peace without defense is an illusion. And Ukraine's security is our own security, is part of Europe's security. And we stand firm for Ukraine's right to a just and lasting peace. But supporting Ukraine alone is not enough. We must do more for our own defense. That's why achieving defense readiness is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Defense investments are necessary not only to protect us and enhance our geopolitical influence. They can also drive economic competitiveness, innovation, job creation, and territorial cohesion. Making our societies safer and strengthening our defense is the best way to protect our democracy. Right-wing parties argue that we must choose between spending on defense or on our welfare state. This is a grave and very dangerous mistake. It undermines citizen support to the defense efforts we need. Defense is not just about territorial integrity and the respect of international law. Defense exists to protect our freedom, our democratic resilience, our way of life, and our European social model. And we do not need to sacrifice welfare states. We do not need to sacrifice our welfare state. What we need is to boost our defense precisely to protect a strong democratic and social Europe. And let me be clear, Our security does not depend solely on defense investments. It depends above all on our capacity to promote multilateralism, to end the international law, in the international rules-based order, and on our ability to develop friendships around the world through trade and through development aid. Dear friends, security is the foundation upon which our social progress must be built. And our political family was decisive in building our welfare state. We ensured that our citizens have access to quality education, healthcare, and social protection. This is a key element for our prosperity. And we want to boost competitiveness that requires strong investment in education, research, and skills. We can't afford short-term thinking. Decisions made today will impact future generations. Investing in people is the best way to ensure a prosperous and cohesive Europe where no one is left behind. Equality, wages, and working conditions must be improved. Workers should receive fair compensation for their efforts. It's time to restore balance and ensure wealth is shared fairly. But the welfare state is never finished. There are always opportunities to strengthen it, make it more efficient, and better protect our citizens. Socialists, Social Democrats, and Labour parties must connect always with the real challenges of our people. Housing. Housing is a basic right and not a commodity for speculators. The housing crisis affects families across Europe. A crisis affecting not only the homeless and low-income households, but also hitting the middle class and especially the younger generation. We need to make the access to affordable housing a priority for our political family. And next week, for the very first time, we will discuss housing at the leaders' level in the European Council. And we need to openly discuss the tools available at the European level to support our mayors, our regional leaders, and the national efforts to address housing issues. And I'm not necessarily talking about additional funds, but I believe that we can cut red tape in areas like licensing. We can give room of maneuver to use state aids or regulate short-term rentals and promote smart financing solutions. And for sure, we can promote innovation to develop a more efficient, modern and sustainable construction industry. Housing is also about jobs, and it is also about economy, it's also about competitiveness. Dear friends, this is our vision to protect people, to protect humanity from climate change. to protect our freedom and democratic societies from war, to protect our citizens through a strong and modern welfare state. And if populists are fueled by fear, our mission as socialists, as social democrats, as labor parties, is to feed democracy, providing hope, because hope, only hope can fuel the progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Antonio, and thank you very much, Stefan, for your inspiring speeches. And thank you for your great leadership, not at least for a true social Europe. We all remember Gothenburg 2017, under the leadership of then Prime Minister Stefan Löfven, the first EU Social Summit. We also remember 2021 in Porto, the second EU Social Summit under the leadership of Antonio Costa. Thank you so much. And I grew up myself in Gothenburg. I was told that Gothenburg and Porto are similar cities. So even that aligned with each other. Now, from great and inspiring speeches to more great and inspiring panel discussions. So the first panel discussion of today demands actions today to pave the way for the future. It goes under the name Green Deal, Clean Industry, Competitive Europe. And for that, I want to welcome up Teresa Ribiera and Bas Eickhout. Welcome up. And as a moderator, I want to welcome up the Flemish Minister of Welfare, Caroline Guinness.
Man. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Hello. Good to see you.
Good
So
to see you.
let's start with hugging each other. That's always good. Dear friends, dear comrades, dear Frans, thank you for hosting us. Dear Stefan, congratulations again for being a magnificent leader, and magnificent leaders, that's what we need. We need a bold leadership to shape the future. And to shape the future, our political family has worked tirelessly to bring the Green Deal into the implementation phase. Our plan is to decarbonize economies further for a better future for all. And I'm so happy to moderate this panel today, dear friends, because Teresa, let me take a moment to congratulate you on your fantastic work you're doing in the European Commission as Executive Vice President, probably in the most important seat of all. Dear friends, before we start the discussion, I'm extremely happy to introduce my favorite academic, Mariano Mazzucato. Mariana. Mariana?
I'm Mariana Mazzucato, and
There
it
she
is
is.
a massive honor to be addressing the Party of European Socialists on this very important question, which is what is a Green New Deal and what does it mean for actually structuring our economy in a very different way. And that's where I want to begin, because the idea of structuring means that we need to be shaping an economy and stop thinking that at best we can do what economists talk about, which is to fix market failure, as opposed to having a proactive way to structure from the beginning an economy to be more inclusive, more sustainable, but also, of course, driven by entrepreneurship and innovation. All of this, of course, is about green growth. We can grow in a different way, and growth, of course, is about investment. It's about innovation. It's about training. So if we can actually steer an economy and direct an economy in a goal, what I call mission-oriented way, we will stimulate growth as long as the way we're doing it is, in fact, catalyzing that much-needed public and private sector investment. And so coming back to the issue of, what is a Green Deal, this is very much precisely about that, putting that idea of directionality, of shaping markets, not fixing them, at the forefront. Key principle of actually helping to direct an economy to achieve goals and to be more inclusive, more sustainable, and more mission-oriented really requires a very different progressive narrative of what the state is for, how to drive public and private partnerships in a symbiotic way and not a parasitic way. Ultimately, this is about directionality. It's about green growth by stimulating public and private sector investment around net zero to actually achieving a greener, more sustainable economy. Without public sector capacity, this isn't going to happen, but also without a new social contract between public and private actors. And this is where we need to get our hands very dirty, greener but dirty, with all the different tools government have, from procurement, which is government purchasing, often 30% of government budgets, to public loans. A good example is in Germany, the only reason there's green steel is that the public bank there was indeed mission directed. The KfW put a conditionality that the steel sector would only receive a loan if it reduced the material composition of production through repurpose, reuse, recycle. Actually being able to transform all our different sectors in a mission-oriented way means, first of all, coming up with our missions, and those really ideally will be co-created with society, with participation of citizens, but also then asking very difficult questions about what it means to do things differently on the ground in terms of structuring these very important tools like procurement, public loans, grants, subsidies, and so on, because ultimately these lie at the center of a relationship. But having better ecosystems, better partnerships are fundamental to achieving a greener economy, and that's why the word deal is important. A deal is about a partnership. So I'll stop there just to say a Green New Deal is incredibly important. It has to help us achieve inclusive and sustainable growth driven by innovation. But this cannot happen without rethinking the role of the state as a market shaper, not just a fixer, building those symbiotic public-private partnerships and getting our hands dirty with all the different levers that governments have. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to Mariana Mazzucato, but I'd now like to give the floor to Teresa Ribera. We just heard Mariana emphasize the need to move beyond fixing market failures towards actively shaping markets. And we are facing conservative extreme rights claims that climate policies threaten Europe's industrial competitiveness, but we made very clear that the Clean Industrial Deal is a key plan to shape the future. And what would be, dear Teresa, the core deliverables of this initiative?
First of all, thanks a lot. I'm so happy to be here with you all. I'm so happy to hear Mariana inviting us to think about this social deal, and I'm very happy to be with you too in this panel. First comment. Yes, of course, it is green. But it is not only because we care about the planet. It is because we care about the people. And if we don't count on a safe planet, and if we do not think about how we can create wealth, we will not be able to ensure prosperity, fairness, and inclusiveness. And very honestly, the only way to address these goals is thinking in a wise manner on how we make wise use of the resources, so thinking in green, in the green economy. And this is why we thought that it is not only roadmaps, it is action. It's how we can combine and create the enablers to modernize our industry. The race is on, and every single euro we dedicate to fossil fuels is a burnt euro not being invested into our future, into our people. So yes, we need to handle the transition. We cannot come from one day to the next one to a very different economy, but we need to be serious and committed. We need to drive the change. We need to pay attention to the social concerns during that change. We need to create and to seed the opportunities in terms of skilling, in terms of the infrastructures, in terms of the inclusiveness, the healthy cities, in terms of the energy model, in terms of coming along with the industrial players, so to ensure that there is an industry that is flourishing and that can be long-lasting, successful industry. Very honestly, we are reliable, we are stable, we know what we want. To stick to the rule of law, we stick to high environmental and social standards because we care about democracy and the high quality of life. So, this is an appealing offer to invest in Europe. A pendular swing, accepting this language, no, it's time to stop. It's just accepting that those burning our money will still get some profits instead of investing in our own future. This is what the Clean Industrial Deal is about, and this is what we should be committed to, how we can combine social, environmental, and European views, sticking to our values and creating wealth and prosperity.
And now I'd like to give the floor to someone who's playing a home match, let's say, in the Netherlands, Bas Eickhout, member of the European Parliament. Bas, we like to share Europe's competitiveness, and that's why we need that green transition as well. But what are the main gaps in achieving this energy transition?
Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. It's indeed a pleasure to be here, playing my home match, and certainly amongst progressive politicians. And I think what we have in common is that we dare to dream about a different future. And I think that is absolutely important, because I think more and more politicians don't dare to dream anymore and are only sticking to what they have instead of dreaming about what we can for our planet, for our jobs, for our people. And being in the European Parliament, I'm always amazed to listen to conservatives. First of all, when they talk about technology neutrality, what they mean is let's stick to what we have, right? I mean, that's the terminology they mean. And that is basically stick to the fossil path that we are in now. But this fossil path is not only bad for the environment, it's bad for our economy, and it's bad for our security. The only way to have a sincere, sustainable transition is to move to renewables, where we can have our own energy produced here, creating jobs here in Europe, and clean up our environment.
That was a very clear statement.
And
you want to continue? There you go.
I only got started now, but I will be brief, because you asked what is needed. And I think people are always very quickly saying, well, we need money and investments. That might be true, but I think what is very important is that we need European cooperation. We need European cooperation to make this renewable future working. We can't do that as countries alone. We need European solidarity, European cooperation, a European grid, making sure that we are doing this together, that the offshore wind in the Netherlands is providing energy to Germany. That is what is needed if you talk about this energy transition. And for that, a strong progressive Europe is the only one that can deliver. And now I stop.
So you're ready to win elections then, okay?
With this story, we're going to win the election
Okay.
in 1.5 weeks.
That's a good thing. Teresa, speaking about strengthening European resilience, how can the Green Deal deliver?
Well, I think that it has already delivered well, and we still need to deepen into this delivery. And yes, Bas is right. In fact, we cannot get this done with 27 different regimes and approaches. This is a great driver to build a much more united and solidary Europe. But we need to take the action, to bet on the risk, to come along with the concrete proposals. And yes, we need to identify which could be the main drivers to facilitate this thing forward. We may think about how we can facilitate the access to capital to decarbonize the industry. We may think about the grids and the infrastructures that may be required in order to facilitate this access to the best price electricity all over Europe. We may think on how we can use our resources to build resilience, to think on what it could mean in terms of water, what it could mean in terms of need services. And I think that we need to ensure that in every single member state, people understand what we do. This is one of the most relevant points. People may understand what is availability of fresh water, risk against extreme weather events, or the possibility to count on a well-priced electricity. People could not understand what we speak about when we speak about climate action or the clean industrial deal. So we need to ensure that people experience the benefits. They don't feel alone in this deep transformation in the type of structural economy that we are building, but also facilitating the access to the low-hanging fruits that are already there. Facilitating not only the hope, as Antonio was doing, but also the bright and the real experience of the benefits of what we do. And in order to do so, yes, of course, we need to count on the meta-structure of the European institutions. We need to count on the national legislation, but we need to count on the narrative and the explanations coming from everyone among us, progressive people, to explain why we should not be frozen by the fears, but working to invest and to build a better future. Time goes fast.
Last question to Bas. What economic impacts do we expect from the green transition? Because Teresa stated it very clearly, it's about profit for people and planet. So what about the economy?
Well, I think what is most important, if we do not do this transition, we will not win the international competition from regions like China. If we want to compete with China, the only way to do that is by having a lower and lower mobility force. That would be cutting on our social welfare system. That's the only way to compete with China, and that's not the way how Europe should work. If we want to compete with the United States, we probably have to deregulate, and just have a free-for-all, because that's how the US is doing it. That should not be the European answer. The European answer is a social answer, is an answer with a strong government that is making sure that here in Europe we are investing in new technologies, because the electrification of our economy needs new technology like electrolyzers, batteries, etc., where we are now not leading enough. So we need to invest in Europe for that, and we need a strong government in that. And secondly, looking at the energy-intensive industry, they can do differently. Think of steel. We can produce green steel. But at this moment, we are not sure where Europe is going because of the conservatives. They are creating the idea we can maybe change again with the Green Deal. That is exactly creating unclarity and uncertainty. And that's the last thing that our economy and our industry needs. They need clarity, they need guidance, they need direction. And that is what we can provide, and making sure that there will be a demand for green steel within Europe, so that the investors will come here and make sure that the green transition is to creating the jobs that are needed to deliver the green future for our continent and the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to give the last word to our Commissioner, And I'd like to congratulate also our Dutch hosts for having us, and good luck to you all. Commissioner.
Yes, I thank you so much, but I would like to make a very final comment. We have been talking about planet, people, and prosperity. That sounds familiar. Add peace, stability, development, fairness, solidarity. Every single thing we want to achieve and we want to ensure in our continent is an aspiration for the rest of the world. So yes, if we speak about markets, there is a huge world market willing to count on energy, fresh water, services, urban solutions. If we speak about development, if we speak about values, we want to ensure that our European model is something that lasts. And it is something that identifies, that shows how we can build better prosperity for all. But in order to achieve that, we need to be consistent here in Europe and to come along building all those partnerships that seems to have been broken by other big players in the big world. We have a chance not only to build a better Europe, we have the responsibility to ensure that we can build a better world in these turbulent times. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our moderator and to our panelists. Comrades, during these times of many challenges, wars and conflicts, we need more peace, we need more justice. Progressive mobilization in Europe and beyond means acting for peace, acting for justice, acting for dignity. And therefore, I want to welcome up Dr. Mohammed Shtayyeh, the former Prime Minister of Palestine, in a conversation with Hana Yaloul. Welcome up.
Free Palestine. Thank you so much. Wonderful audience, wonderful socialists, wonderful people. Together we will make it, I am sure.
صباح رئيس شتاية ميت أهلا وسهلا. Welcome here, Dr. Shtayyeh, to this wonderful PES Congress. I would like, with this super nice welcome, and this is how you did warm up the sala, pose 3 important questions. First one will be, why is international recognition of the state of Palestine particularly important at this moment, politically, symbolically, and practically? Thank you.
My dear friends, Palestinians, like any other human beings on earth, we deserve to live in dignity, in a democratic society, in a free, viable state of Palestine. Palestinian people have fought for long for their freedom. Countries in the world, 159 countries have recognized Palestine as a state on the borders of 1967 that lives in peace and harmony with the region in general and with Israel in particular. Spain did it, Sweden did it, Ireland did it, United Kingdom did it. All countries have done the recognition of the state of Palestine. Is it not the turn of Netherlands to do the same? And those who believe in 2 states, they should do it now. And those who believe in international law, as our dear president has mentioned, we should be in line with international law. We should recognize Palestine now. And also, it is an ethical responsibility for the free world to vote for Palestine to be free.
Thank you, Dr. Staya. I think our Dutch friends took note of that. Second question. In your view, what must the international community do to effectively end the Israeli occupation and pave the way for a just and lasting peace based on the two-state solution?
Thank you, Hannah. My dear friends, this Israeli occupation is illegal. The Israeli occupation to the Palestinian territory is contrary to international law. To occupy other people's land by force is totally unacceptable. The Palestinians, all they want is to live in a state of their own. In order for us to end this Israeli occupation, we need to make the Israeli occupation with high cost for Israel. Because now this Israeli occupation makes profit. We should not allow the Israeli occupation to be profitable. Make it with high cost so that occupation should end. We all remember the apartheid regime in South Africa has collapsed because of international pressure. We all know, as you have been speaking on this podium, that human rights international law is indivisible. While we all call for the free Ukraine, we should be in one standard and not in double standard. Palestine also should be free. And it is time that the United Nations, the European Union, the international community should come up with a plan to say this is the way. Don't ask us to go back to negotiations. We have been in negotiations for 34 years until now. It produced something, but it did not end occupation. Now all what is needed is for the international community to say one thing. Don't listen to the voices that say, oh, don't get into it, it's a very complicated issue. No, it is not. It is a very simple issue. All what the Palestinians want is end occupation. Very simple word, very simple principle, very simple goal to achieve. End this Israeli occupation that has occurred on the Palestinian territory on June 1967. That is how we end occupation. We should come together. In the same way the international community has put South Africa under sanctions, we need to put Israel under sanction. As the Prime Minister of Spain has said, also, as the Prime Minister of Spain has said, also, we should not allow criminals to get away with murder. Those who committed crimes should stand trials here in this country, in Holland, in Netherlands, in The Hague, which is only 50 minutes away from here. And that is how we end occupation.
Well, you know, Social Democrats are always for international law and international humanitarian law, so we will hear very deep on your words. And yes, it's true, ICC is just close by. And final question for you, Mr. Staye. Thank you for being with us today. President Staye, looking ahead, what should the day after in Gaza look like in terms of governance, reconstruction, and ensuring the dignity and security for all?
Thank you, Hannah. My dear friends, Gaza is a little tiny geography. Gaza is 364 square kilometers. The Israelis now are planning to annex no less than 80 square kilometers of Gaza. Around 2 million Palestinians are homeless. No less than 100,000 Palestinians have been killed during this genocide war. Don't blame it on Netanyahu only. Blame it on the colonial regime in Israel. They're all responsible. 451,000 housing units have been leveled to earth. Gaza today is only a pile of rubble. No water, no food, no electricity, no medical supplies, nothing. We are hopeful that the Trump plan, which I call Declaration of Principles, that needs a lot of details. The first phase is now very fragile. Yesterday, 11 Palestinians have been killed during the ceasefire. Food is not getting into the Gaza Strip, not water, no electricity, and so on. The day after for Gaza should look like the following. We should maintain the geographical integrity of Gaza as part of the Palestinian territory, which is the geography of the state of Palestine. The day after for Gaza, it should allow the Palestinian legitimate leadership to be the sole governor of Gaza with international assistance wherever it is needed. It is not Tony Blair. It is not Tony Blair who will make a difference in Gaza with the bad record that he does enjoy. We need your support. We need international support for the day after Gaza. But rest assured that also we need your support for democratic elections for all of Palestine. And as our dear friend Stephen Lowen said, yes, we need peace for Gaza, but we need a political solution for all of Palestine so October 7 does not repeat itself, so there will be no hostages, no prisoners, no occupation, no oppression, only freedom. And that is how the day after for Gaza should look like. It is the voice of you who will make a difference. Palestinians, when those of you who did recognize Palestine, you are sending a message to the Israelis that this occupation should end, and you are generating hope in the minds and the hearts of every Palestinian. The day after for Gaza should be Gaza is integral part of the Palestinian territory. Gaza is integral part of the state of Palestine. Gaza deserves to be a free Gaza, not putting Gaza again under sanctions, not putting Gaza under starvation, not using food as a tool for killing, not using water as a tool for killing. This is a criminal act, and all criminals should be standing in this international court of justice, in the ICC, and that is where we achieve peace. A criminal should not get away with murder. Thank you so much. I am proud of this audience, the true socialists who make a difference, not only in Europe, but all over the world. And that is how we will make it. The apartheid regime in South Africa collapsed because of you. And the free world will win because of you. And the democratic nation will win because of you. And we together, we will make it. Thank you so much. You make me go home full of hope, full of aspiration. That is where we make a difference. Thank you so much. Free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't know if this is working. Thank you very much, Prime Minister Staye, for your words. And last but not least, which is very important, of course, accountability for criminals. This is why we have the ICC sanctions. And don't look away for the West Bank, because West Bank right now is having a passing a very bad moment. Thank you to all. Thank you, Prime Minister Staye.
Thank you very much, Hannah, and thank you very much, dear Dr. Staye, for those powerful words. And indeed, we should have one standard, not double standard. Now, we will go to the next panel. Leadership with courage and care moves Europe forward. The next panel have a powerful lineup with all of them being my role models. I welcome up Irache Garcia, Magdalena Andersson, Eli Schlein, Jacinda Ardern, Tanya Fayon, and as a moderator, welcome up Kati Piri.
I don't know how. Yeah? You go. I go. Good morning, everyone. Oh, we're starting with the music.
Where is Khadija?
So good morning, everyone. I'm honored to moderate this next panel featuring a group of influential, powerful, progressive, and I would also say very kind female leaders that have left a deep mark in our political family and in the political landscape around the globe. To discuss why progressive leadership matters. So now you can give an applause. Once more, a welcome to Jacinda, Eli, Magdalena, Irache, and Tanya. Jacinda, I'll start with you. Last night on this stage, we had the opportunity to watch your documentary, Prime Minister. And in June, you also released your memoir, A Different Kind of Power, which recalls the inspirational journey from your childhood to your tenure as the 40th Prime Minister of New Zealand. What led you to this different kind of power, and how do you think it can appeal to voters in time of political fatigue?
What led me there? Freak accidents, really, if I'm being honest. I never sought to be a leader. I never proactively sought the leadership of my party. I never intended to become Prime Minister. And what a gift that turned out to be. Because the reason I never sought any of those things is because personally I never thought I had the character traits that were fit for the political landscape in which I would be entering into. Now, that is not because of gender. I grew up in a country where there were 2 female prime ministers before me. They carved a path that I was so grateful for. But what I was not used to seeing in politics was those who were thin-skinned, those who identified as being warriors, those who doubted themselves. I very openly talk about imposter syndrome. I wasn't used to seeing particularly humility in politics, let alone any of those other things. So I never saw myself as leadership material until my boss, Labour leader Andrew Little, 7 weeks out from an election, came to work one day, quit, and nominated me. And so that, in short, is how I found myself putting to the test the idea that you could be a reluctant leader and still be a leader. Now I find myself talking a lot about that, and that is unexpected to me. When we are in politics, we use these platforms so often to talk about our agenda, What will we do when we're in office? What will our housing plan look like? What's our climate agenda? What's our foreign policy? Understandably, because this is so often what brings us to our political homes. And yet, what we do is as important as how we do it, particularly in the current environment. We are operating in a world now where increasingly people mistrust politics and politicians. I don't need to tell all of you what the surveys are saying. If we look to France alone, 74% of people don't trust politics anymore. I could pull out similar stats for Italy, here in the Netherlands. It is a global experience. But we can see something sits within that sense of mistrust. 74% of the general population, that number goes to 80% for those who are financially insecure. But they also believe politicians don't care anymore. Somehow we have come to believe that because populism is suddenly on the rise, that so is the idea that in order to lead in politics, you need to be arrogant, brash, that you need to sacrifice integrity and ethics, that it doesn't matter how you do politics anymore. But if we wish to demonstrate to people that we understand their position in life, that we have compassion and empathy, and that we're willing to act on it, that is the pathway to rebuilding the trust that has been lost. So what you do matters, but how you do it matters too. So I'm very openly an advocate for that.
Thank you. Magdalena, we have seen that citizens, like Jacinda just said, are increasingly losing trust in politics and politicians all around the world. And how can we develop credible leadership that can regain that trust? And how can we identify and respond to citizens' main areas of interest?
Well, of course, citizens lose trust in politics because they try to live their everyday lives, coping. And they have seen decades with growing economic inequalities. They have seen the rich become richer. They have seen the poor become poorer. Of course, they are smart. They lose trust in politics because we have not delivered the answers to how to make their everyday life better. And then at the same time, we do have the radical right. We all know it, pointing to whose fault is it really? Someone else's. So for our movement, who is too often seen as a movement that want to preserve how things are today, we have to become more truly progressive and actually have the solutions for the everyday problems of our citizens. And the last 3 years, when we have been in opposition, we have been doing a big job in our party to have better answers. And we will go to election as a renewed party. We have changed our policies in a number of ways. We are way stricter on migration and on crime than we were before. Because of the situation in Sweden, we took more refugees than any other European countries during the crisis 2015. We need to have a strict migration policy in Sweden. We have a lot of shootings. We have to take this serious. We are much tougher on crime than we were before. But at the same time, we do have a very progressive welfare policy, truly financing our schools, our hospitals, our elderly care, our safety net systems. So we're moving left in that direction. And at the same time, we're having a way more interesting and progressive industrial policies when it comes to green technology and AI. And I call this as a triangle, where we're trying to push the triangle in all the three directions to actually have true answers, delivering the possibilities for our citizens to live better lives. We all know in this area, in this room, that there is an overarching question right now, and that is how we will fight the extreme right and the extreme right's cooperation with the traditional right. I am certain that the best way of doing that is to have really good answers as progressive parties to solve the problems of the everyday life of our citizens. That is the way to fight extreme right and protect our democracies.
Thank you. Then Ellie, let's continue on where Magdalena left, mentioning the far-right movements. What does it mean to you to lead the opposition in a country governed by the far right? And how do you see your role, the role of PD, in protecting and promoting civil liberties, social justice, and climate action at a time when these values all appear to be increasingly at risk?
So thanks a lot. It's a pleasure for me to be with these inspiring comrades and female leaders. And it's a pleasure for me to be here thanking Stefan for his leadership as president and thanking Franz. I want really to say to Franz Timmermans that he's an example, he's a great leader, and I want to say the same thing to Kati, because you're a sister to us. And we support you for what you're doing. What is the situation in my country, where you know there is an extreme right government led by Giorgia Meloni? It's very simple. They're cutting down the public health system. 6 million Italians are giving up going to the hospitals because they cannot afford it. At the same time, they're cutting down public education by cancelling 6,000 teachers last year. And at the same time, we have seen that they are blocking our proposal for a minimum wage in one of the European countries that has the worst wages across the whole European Union. So it's pretty clear what they're doing. Propaganda every day. What they're doing is fueling a climate of division, polarization, and hatred. And we pay the consequences of that every day. The last week in Florence, the Prime Minister of my country said that the oppositions are worse than terrorists. And at the same time, in this climate of hatred, I want to express my solidarity to one of the most famous inquiry journalists in my country, Sigfrido Ranucci, because yesterday there was a bomb in front of his house. So democracy is at risk. The freedom of speech is at risk when the extreme right is in government. But just to be quick, the fact is that the extreme right, when it's in government, is not delivering for the basic needs of our people. And I will stick with Jacinda and with Magdalena on this. What we have to do is remember who we are as socialists. We can beat them, and we are beating them in local and regional elections, but we will not beat them by running after their agenda. We have to force them on our ground of social and climate justice and democracy and freedom for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. Tanya, as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council, how is Slovenia advancing multilateral approaches to promote international peace and security, particularly in the context of the ongoing crisis such as the war in Ukraine and the conflict in the Middle East?
Thank you, Kati, so much, and I'm really privileged to be today with you and with these wonderful ladies. And as you said, being a foreign minister for the last, now almost the 4th year, and also having 2 years experience in the Security Council with a number of armed conflicts, terrible wars ongoing, I have to say that I'm very proud of my country and our leadership as progressives, because not only that last year we recognized the independent and sovereign state of Palestine, but we really stay principled to every conflict around the world. When I say principled, I mean we are committed as a small country to the international law, to humanitarian law, to UN Charter, and to multilateralism. We don't have a better tool. It's about accountability, it's about the protection of innocent civilian lives. And I have to say it's a struggle, it's a permanent struggle. And sitting in a Security Council, when you have one country is aggressor, you have deep divisions, polarization, we try to be an honest broker. And what I try to remind myself as a woman, it's also to really strive for decency in politics. We try to forget that the decency, trying to have a political dialogue, trying to respect each other, trying to listen, hear each other, and also understand each other, it's really missing today. We need to rebuild confidence, not only in our region, within the EU, within NATO, or other formats, but we also need to build confidence with our partners around the globe. It is very important. It's not about the rules of the power that are prevailing today, but the power of the rules, and we as progressives have to make it work. So this is my commitment, and I'm very proud to be part of this family, because I think we are really the front runner when it comes to commitment to our basic values.
Thank you, Tanya. Irache, last but not least, I think everyone in this room knows you as our fighter, our voice in the European Parliament, together with all the MEPs. You still have 3.5, 4 years left for this mandate. What are the fights about? What is your job in the next 4 years?
First of all, Cathy, thank you for this introduction, and thank you who organized this Congress to give us the opportunity to share this wonderful table with the powerful women, progressive women, that we are leading the European response. Thank you. And because don't forget, Social Democrats are leading the feminist agenda in the European Union, and if we don't do it, nobody will do it. Don't forget it. And it was so interesting listening to our colleagues when Magdalena explained why citizens are near to the far right when they feel abandoned for the politics. And this is our responsibility. And this is our work as a Social Democrats in different institutions. And in the European Parliament, what we need is to lead the political agenda, including our priorities. What today people feel that Europe is not responding to their problems. What we have to do, put solutions on the table, on the agenda, and into a reality. First, housing. We could listen, Antonio Costa speaks about housing. If today housing will be discussed in the next European Council, if the next week the European Commission will present the Commission Work Programme with proposals about housing, you have to be clear that it's for us. It's for our work, because we as a Social Democrats want to defend to access to the affordable housing as a right, not as a privilege. And this is a clear message that we have to send to the people. Second, social justice. Social justice, because we need to fight against poverty. Because we need to guarantee the social model, a unique model around the world, to guarantee that we can have economic growth and at the same time welfare state. And to defend the pensions, to defend the health public system, to defend everything that can give a lot of opportunities for all those who have more needs. And this is very important, because growth without fairness is not progress. And third, climate and green transition. We can speak and work about everything. If we cannot guarantee the future of this planet for the next generation, it will be totally impossible to work together with all of you. Climate transition is a clear priority for our political family. And we have to do it supporting this transition with resources and giving opportunities for our workers to send a clear message that we are with them and we will guarantee the future of the European project, because it's the only way to guarantee the future of the next generation. Thanks.
Thank you, Irache. I think your journeys and careers show us that when women lead and are part of decision-making, societies thrive. And what I take from this panel is that progressive leadership must be empathetic, must be feminist, must be inclusive, must be just and courageous. So thank you very much to our great panelists. Thank you, Tanya, Irache, Magdalena, Jacinda, and Ellie. Yeah, thought to keep the time going, no?
Bravissimo.
Yeah.
Hi. Does this one work? When on 7th of October 23, the terrorist Hamas attacks on Israel struck, including the massacre at the Nova Music Festival near Reim, Yair Golan drove down himself, picked up survivors, helped shuttle people to safety, sometimes just using the WhatsApp location as a tool to make sure that people could get a chance to survive. As the news broke of these rescue efforts, many media outlets described him as the hero of the 7th of October. For people looking for example of leadership in crisis, this kind of hands-on actions resonates very strongly. After October 7, he spoke out about rebuilding the country, his own country, and moving from revenge to reconstruction. He invited his own people to look at the other side and see even the enemy as a human being. For those Israelis who feel the country needs more moral leadership and less polarization, Golan is the only one who can fulfill that role. In May 2024, he was elected leader of the Israeli Labour Party and later spearheaded the merger with the left-wing Meretz party to form a new party, the Democrats. I am very happy and honored to give the floor to Yair Golan to answer our questions in this debate. Dear Yair, following the 20-point peace plan that enabled the release of the hostages, what is your long-term vision for Israel, and how do you think that we can realistically get there?
Well, thank you. And I'm glad to be with you here today. After 2 years, it's a huge sense of relief that all the living hostages are at home. The trauma I would like to tell you that the trauma of October 7th is still fresh. But if we want to ensure that such tragedies are never repeated, we must think beyond it. My vision for the Middle East is moderate, pragmatic, working together with others to limit the influence of radicals to destabilize our region. I look to you, PES members, to stand with us on this struggle. My vision for Israel is clear: a nation-state for the Jewish people and a democracy with equality for all its citizens. Jewish and democratic, democratic and Jewish. This is what we need to get. There are many challenges within Israel, but we, the Democrats, have answers for all of them. There are these answers that would be familiar to you as fellow social democrats are well known. But we have another challenge, and it is the most important and most difficult. We must address and resolve the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. The choices are clear. Either annexation, which is totally unacceptable, which I will never support, or separation on the way to two-state solution. It will be tough and difficult. There is no great leap forward. We need to build a systematic process. And the path there is not military. After 38 years in uniform, I know the use and the limits of force. The path forward, political and diplomatic. Building a new relationship between Israelis and Palestinians is possible. We embarked on this path before, 30 years ago, more than 30 years ago. But it will take time, and it will require courageous leadership on both sides. Leaders committed to the security, dignity, and liberty of their people and of each other. When we return to power, this will be my first priority.
As your European political family, as your sister parties, how can we best support your efforts to uphold democracy, human rights, and the peaceful future for the region that you just outlined?
Well, I think you can help. And your help is needed now more than ever before. You stood with the opposition in Hungary and Poland. You supported civil society in Russia and Belarus. Now I ask you to support us in Israel, who are fighting for democracy, equality, security, and peace. Our opposition movement is active, it is vibrant, it is determined, and it needs support. Support our civil society. It's relatively easy. Support the journalists, the artists, the educators, and the peace builders who are holding the line. And please engage with us. Do not isolate us. I say this with both respect and urgency. Boycotting Israel, universities, and cultural institutions does not help us. It hurts. These are often the very spaces where critical thinking and democratic values are taught and defended. If you silence those voices, you strengthen the extremists in Israel who argue that the world is against us and will never support us. And please help us fighting anti-Semitism. Criticism of Israel is legitimate. Anti-Semitism is not. That is why your voice of people who oppose the current Israel government yet support human dignity for all is so important. Our shared political legacy as social democrats is a call to action. The legacy of Willy Brandt, of François Mitterrand, of Olof Palme, of David Ben-Gurion or Yitzhak Rabin. Engage. Do not isolate. Support. Do not abandon. Build bridges, not walls, and help us create the political space in which peace and security can once again become possible.
Thank you, Yoram. Thank you, Yair. You have been warning about Israeli democracy. You have been saying that it is very much still in danger, even as the conflict continues. with so many people distracted on one hand and demoralized on the other hand of the spectrum, how real is this threat today?
All right, let me be clear. The threat is not theoretical. It is immediate and very, very real. When a nation is traumatized by war and focused entirely on security, when emotions are high and security is low, that is exactly the moment when authoritarian forces make their move. The government will try to push through its judicial coup again and again. And this is time with even greater speed and intensity. I call it judicial reform on steroids, and I mean that literally. The goal is to weaken the independence of our courts, to attack the free press, to erode the role of law, and to concentrate power in the hands of narrow, extreme, right-wing messianic elite. This playbook is familiar to you. Some of you personally undermine the judicial, discredit independent media, intimidate civil society, and centralize power. The fact that we are at war or just emerging from a war does not make this threat disappear. In fact, it makes it more dangerous. So how to resist it? We resist by staying awake, by keeping our civil institutions strong, by uniting across political lines, even with people we disagree with, to defend the democratic fabric of our country. And we do it with the support of international allies who understand that Israel's democracy is not only a domestic issue, it is a matter of regional and global stability. A democratic Israel is not just better for Israelis, it is essential for any hope of peace in the region. Democracy is not a luxury for quiet times. It is the foundation that must hold firm, especially in moments like these. Democracy is the foundation of stability. Stability is the condition for security, and security must be translated into peace.
Thank you very much, Yair. Thank you. I would like to take the opportunity to not only express on behalf of all the political family our appreciation for your leadership, but I would also like to announce that on the 4th of November, for the 30th anniversary of the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin, there will be a PES delegation that will be in Tel Aviv with you and your party to remember and honor the legacy of Yitzhak Rabin.
Thank you very much, Yair. Thanks for your courage. Thanks for the leadership that Israel really needs right now. Now, for the next discussion, I think we should have some respect in here. Now we will hear a leader who proves that climate ambition and competitiveness goes hand in hand. For our leading the way, we will talk about Norway. Therefore, I want to welcome up the Prime Minister of Norway and the leader of Arbeiderpartiet. Welcome up Jonas Gahr Støre. Välkommen upp.
Thank you, friends. It is great to be here with friends. It is great to be elected, but I can tell you it is even greater to be re-elected. So since we are here to also support France in his campaign, I will share with you some of our experiences in our campaign. And I'd like to do it in the following way. Let me start where politics is at its most real. That is around a kitchen or dinner table in a regular family, a mother, a father, 2 children. And they are hard-struggling people. They've done everything right. They work full-time, they pay their taxes, kids go to school, and they keep their hopes up. But they also experience that in the 2020s, life has become harder in the daily reality. The bills are higher, groceries, electricity, interest rates are going up. And after the pandemic, the family had to wait much longer to get an appointment with a doctor and hospital treatment. The children spent more time on screens, less time on learning, and they felt the fear of a new, more dangerous world. So, friends, at that kitchen table, politics may be about left or right at election time. But most days, it's about simply coping and making it through the month. And this is what we faced when we took power in 2021, the very moment we won the election. The promises we ran on in the campaign, they were popular, but many of them went out of date almost overnight. And this was a pretty blunt lesson about how we promise and how we govern. The truth is, we entered government with a program that was not really made for this new reality. A world that really changed fundamentally in the autumn of 2021 and the winter of 2022. So the challenges that my government faced and the family around that kitchen table came basically in 3 waves. First, the cost of living going up on all fronts. Prices, electricity, interest rates rising, all at once. And second, the aftershocks of the pandemic. Who could plan for that? Longer waiting times in hospitals, lot of bottlenecks, and children struggling in schools, failing test results. And then third, insecurity. We live next to Russia. We live on a continent where there's a full-fledged war. So when the world feels dangerous, people look for steady hands on the wheel. So what did we do? We had a data-driven campaign, which really meant understanding what the data told us about that reality around that kitchen table. Not to be driven by data, but be informed by data of what really was the reality that faced the voters. On all these fronts I mentioned, there were no quick fixes. We had to take difficult decisions, a lot of hits, but we stayed focused and we stayed the course. I made a point on this. Our goal is to make people better off economically, safeguard that fundamental criterion for a stable life. So we made that promise to the electorate. This was bold in a cost of living crisis after 14 interest rate hikes. So it meant a lot on restraint of government spending. But if we can't commit to solving what matters most to working people, how can we expect them to commit to us? If they go to work and do decent work and they sit with less every year, how can they trust? And before this year's election, the family around the kitchen table began to see results. We managed to keep unemployment low. That is the most significant sign of a well-working economy. We had new people coming into the work market. Out of 10, 8 of 10 came into private sector. We restored people's purchasing power. Wages are now rising faster than prices. We brought electricity prices under control with a national price cap. And we cut health waiting lines sharply by working with unions, working with those who work in hospitals to work differently and to take the queues down. We reformed our schools, and we did one very significant thing, friends. We took the mobile phones out of schools. And we told parents that children will get a book before they get the screen. Because when reading skills go down, skills in every subject goes down. And we have proposed, it's going to be challenging, a 15-year age limit to access social media. At the same time, and I am proud of this really as Prime Minister, we built across-the-board unity in Parliament to support Ukraine, and we had unanimity on our defense plan for the next years. We also changed the world we governed. In February, we made a bold choice, namely to let our junior partner out of the door and stay as a Social Democratic Party minority government for the rest of the term. That was a game changer. We became clearer, more recognizable, Social Democratic Party again, not a compromise machine. People like that. So what is the lessons learned from this? When the election came in September, the family around the kitchen table faced a clear choice between steady leadership or new uncertainty. We also have a populist right, and you could contrast us to them. Who do you want to be in charge in these uncertain times? Between shared responsibility and growing inequality within a government that delivers and far right offering easy answers, suspicion and division. One side wanted to cut the welfare state, abolish the wealth tax, and leave people to the market. The other side, our side, said we want to protect people through uncertain times, share the burdens fairly, and govern safely through change. So 5 weeks ago, friends, people made their choice. They chose a strong welfare state over deepening inequality. They chose basically leadership over empty slogans, and they chose security for the future. Because what is really at stake here? And Social Democracy has to ask itself, what are we about? Not shouting the loudest, not promising the easiest path, but doing what is right for the long term, for the ordinary people, for the common good. And across Europe, as we discussed over dinner yesterday, the far right plays the same game. They divide, they simplify, they provoke. And our answer must be the opposite. Stay calm, deliver results, build trust, and show that progressives can offer both fairness, a green future, and security. It may not get you on the front page tomorrow, but that's what makes a real difference for families in the long run. And that, my friends, I believe is how we can win again. So I will share and sum up. First, take people's daily concerns bloody seriously. If they talk about the cost of living, you talk about that too, not something else. Second, work to deliver real change, just not describe problems, but show that you try to fix them, however imperfectly. We are not magicians, but we can show that we are really taking care. Often simply showing that you are trying to solve a problem is convincing in itself. And third, we have to accept risk. Sometimes not deciding feels safe. But believe me, it isn't. People want leaders who make choices and stand by them, even if they don't really hit the inner circle. So in a few weeks, people here in the Netherlands will make a choice. And our sister party has a leader who can live up to all of this, I believe, adapted to Dutch realities. So France, I wish you the best. You represent the best of our movement, combining climate ambition, climate awareness and knowledge with social justice, showing that change can be fair for all, and showing that change only works when it works for everyone. Because from Oslo to Amsterdam, our mission is the same: security for people and strength in community. And one last word. We are in total a quite materialistic movement because it matters about reality from day to day. But let us combine that very direct experience about kitchen table realities with visions. The old sailors were steering by the stars. They were not going to the stars, but they took inspiration from it. So we have to be, again, that movement of hope, aspiration, But those hopes and aspirations without tangible results in the daily life of people are worth very little. So I believe, as Magdalena made her point, if we are going to be reliable against that populist right-wing dark hole which they are putting out for us, we have to be trustworthy on delivering on something that matters in people's daily lives. So that's the way we are a movement on the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonas. We need victories like yours in Norway, everywhere else in Europe. And we need another important victory, a victory for justice, a victory for freedom, a victory for democracy and respect of rule of law. And we need that victory in the country where the regime, being scared of the potential competition with a leader that could change the tide in that society, has simply decided to put him in prison. I'm talking about Turkey, and I'm inviting on stage Özgür Özel, the leader of the CHP, the party of the Istanbul mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu, which is incarcerated by Erdogan.
Dear comrades, honorable prime ministers, ministers, distinguished leaders, and distinguished comrades who filled this hall, I'd like to extend my greetings to each and every one of you, and I'd like to say at the outset big congratulations to Stefan Löfven and his team for their victory yesterday. They've accomplished many great things, and they will continue to do so, I believe, in the future. Turkey stands at the center or on the periphery of many critical international issues and conflicts. And as Giacomo mentioned earlier, at the same time, our country is undergoing an important experience in defending democratic values. And that is because Turkey is under attack. The democracy is under attack, and right to be elected and to elect is under assault. So in sentiments of solidarity, I address you today, and I'd like to thank you all for giving me this opportunity and for giving a standing ovation to have listened to Ekrem İmamoğlu's message yesterday on the video. Democracy in Turkey is under assault, as I said. It is not only because our party has come under assault and our presidential candidate, Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu, has been imprisoned, but also because journalists, intellectuals, trade unionists, business people and citizens critical of the government have been arrested, detained, jailed, even if they were convicted of the crimes they were charged with were true and they were sentenced, they would not serve a day in prison. They're put in prison in any case. Just last week at 6 a.m. in the morning, the police officers took artists, celebrities, to take them to police stations to get their blood samples for drugs. Maybe a few of them will have positive results, but their reputations were under assault. For the majority of them were under assault because they were critical of the government. The solidarity from our sister parties has been incredible. Under the leadership of Pedro, Socialist International, and PES have, since day one, shown great solidarity. However, some sister parties, I believe, stood back from the solidarity. And for the sake of building some relationships with Erdogan, and they've stood at a distance from a European country where a lot of rights violations have been experienced in for the past 50 years. And I'd like to underline the following fact. 17 mayors from our party are in prison. Our institutional identity as a party is under assault. They are trying to annul the congresses which put us in leadership positions, and they're trying to occupy our provincial headquarters. We get attacked by literal murderers who kill their own children physically, and then they're released after a couple of days spent in prison. But not for a moment believe that we end up losing at the end of all this. Despite the emerging trends in Europe and elsewhere in the world, in Turkey, in the face of what's been happening recently, social democracy has been on the rise and not far right. After 48 years, a year and a half ago, our party came the first after the elections. Erdogan, for the very first time since the foundation of his party, came second in the elections. We won 65% of all municipalities after the local elections. For the past year and a half, in all opinion polls, we are 7 points ahead of Erdogan with 41% of popular vote, while we were at 38% levels with only 3 points ahead of Erdogan. We've seen hundreds of thousands of people join our rallies that we organized on every Wednesday in Istanbul, and we've met millions again on the streets and squares of different provinces on weekends. Those who showed up at ballot boxes in the most recent local elections by 86%. So they are not abandoning ballot boxes. They are embracing ballot boxes. They are embracing us. But Erdogan, in the face of all this, confiscated judiciary, unfortunately, and unjustly turning judiciary into an instrument for his politics. We have women's branches and youth branches in our party. Erdogan's party also has a judiciary branch. So someone who used to be a deputy minister under his party became a prosecutor. And Ekrem İmamoğlu's degree of 31 years was annulled only because they wanted to prevent him from running at the presidential elections as a candidate. So they performed a coup. Quite innovatively, today's government in Turkey managed to stage a coup against the future presidential candidate. That is what they did. And we organized 63 rallies, which convened 11 million citizens in total in the squares and streets. And we reached 2 million members in our party, adding 700,000 new members in the last 6 months. So we're waging an important struggle. We are trying not to deviate from values that make Europe Europe. If anyone is undermining these values, we are determined not to join forces with them, with such leaders. And we have to remind you that if you support such leaders today just for the sake of stability, that only promises instability for tomorrow. We truly believe and defend that Turkey should be made a part of safe mechanism for the defense of Europe, with only one difference. Make sure Turkey is made part of this mechanism, but not by bargaining with Erdogan and turning a blind eye on anti-democratic practices in Turkey. Do not do that. This is our only request, our only wish. Elections in Turkey will be a referendum, autocracy or democracy. Elections in Turkey will be a referendum. Is it going to be Turkey, part of the club of and coalition of autocrats, or Turkey, part of Europe? We believe that Turkey should be an indispensable part of Europe and democracy. We have to make it together. We have to make it together in peace and stability. I'd like to express our most sincere sentiments of solidarity with Palestine and Ukraine. And during last night's dinner, we listened to progressives from Israel and Palestine, and we've listened to both speakers today as well. We stand by the peace, and we know and believe that all Democrats of the world will make it together. And I'd like to conclude by saying that there's no salvation alone, either all of us together or none of us at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Özgür Özel, for this powerful and inspirational speech. Teşekkürler, Spas. Thank you. And together we will do everything to ensure that İmamoğlu, Demirtaş, and all other political prisoners will be released. Colleagues, now, the next, I'll just find the correct one, so I'm presenting. Yes. So, for the next panel discussion, I want to welcome up Javi Lopez, who will be introducing the President of Catalonia and the theme of the panel. And I should say also, Javi Lopez is also a colleague of mine in the European Parliament. Javi, the floor is yours. All the pain.
Thank you very much. Well, dear comrades, friends, it's really a pleasure to introduce the next speaker, a political leader who embodies the strength of concord, reconciliation, over confrontation in politics, a voice of dialogue, coexistence, and shared purpose in today's politics. In Catalonia, he won the last elections by offering a different way forward. One based on respect, mutual understanding, and the conviction that politics must unite citizens, not divide them. Working hand in hand with the Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez, strengthening public services, achieving good governance, and rebuilding trust in institutions and democracy, now he represents the essence of the social democracy. It's really a pleasure to welcome here in the PES Congress to the President of Catalonia, Salvador Illa.
Thank you, Javi. Dear comrades, dear friends, how can we explain to a young European citizen, a Spanish, a French, an Italian, a German, it doesn't matter where he comes from, that he's forced to spend more than half of his income to pay for his house, because there is people that makes business with housing. What to say to workers or middle-class citizens that fight for keeping in pace with increasing cost of living while being part of societies that generate prosperity, but a prosperity that goes to the pockets of a few? What message do we have for those who, for whatever reason, are left behind? To further cut on public policies, thus weakening our welfare states? Focusing on these issues with sound, realistic, and ambitious public policies is our political mission. It has always been. In other contexts, with different problems in different circumstances. And it is today, in a new and complex context, with new problems in a fast-changing world. In other words, what we must do, what people ask us to do, what the citizens of our countries expect us to do, is to generate prosperity and to take the appropriate measures to assure that this prosperity is a shared prosperity. Shared prosperity, with the same emphasis on each word. It is important to generate prosperity with open market economies, with the right infrastructures, with affordable and green energy, with supporting science, innovation, and talent. But it is equally important that this prosperity is a shared prosperity, with public policies, with a public health system, with a public education system, with social policies, with housing, with affordable housing for everybody. That is, dear friends, what we are trying to do in Catalonia, since we were honored with the responsibility of leading the Catalan government. And that is what Prime Minister Sánchez is doing in Spain for the last 7 years, and what he's committed to do for the coming years. And dear friends, the only way to deliver on those policies in democratic political systems is from the democratic institutions, through institutional politics, transforming from the institutions, not against the institutions, not on the margins of institutions. In Catalonia, we suffered an institutional damage in the second decade of this century. There were not easy times. There were times that demanded clear ideas and political courage. So our first task was to restore institutional politics, and we did it in a three-step path. The first step was to assure the rule of law, the cornerstone of our political system. The second step was through pardons, being generous, inclusive, as the best way to demonstrate the strength of the Spanish democracy. And the third step has been with an amnesty law, based on our conviction that dialogue is the best way to solve our problems and to strengthen the coexistence of the Catalan society. A three-step path that, for the moment, has proven successful. The coexistence has improved in Catalonia, the institutional politics is back, and the energy of our government, of our society, is now focused where it must be focused, on shared prosperity, on generating shared prosperity. Let me finish with some learned lessons. First lesson, cooperation is the best way, if not the only, to push for our political agendas. Cooperation between governments and administrations, and cooperation with civil society. The second lesson, federalism is the political technique to organize cooperation in multi-level political systems with different layers of administration. Not confrontation, but cooperation through federalism. And the third lesson is Europe. Europe in this new world, in this fast-changing world, is the increasingly relevant public space that guarantees the continuity and the improvement of our political vision, of our political agenda. Europe is a successful story. By the way, it would be a strong and a sound message if Catalan language, Basque language, and Galician language could achieve the official status in Europe. Sería una magnífica noticia. Dear comrades, dear friends, it's time to compromise. It's time for hope, not for fear. It's time to strengthen the socialist project. And I'm sure it's going to happen here in the Netherlands. We back for sure, we are France, the project for France. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you very much, Salvador Illa, for these powerful words. It's time for hope, and thank you very much, Javi Lopez. Now, freedom has many voices, and today we hear some of the most powerful. Please welcome up Rafael Glucksmann as the moderator of the next panel, Voices of Resistance, Julia Navalnaya and Svetlana Tikhonovskaya. Welcome up. One is there. There.
Hi, good to see you.
Dear friends, it's such a great honor and such a pleasure to welcome so powerful freedom fighters on our stage.
Yes, it's going to be
So then afterwards, you're calling the others.
Yes.
We in Europe, we have thought for too long that democracy was a given, but democracy is not a given. Democracy is an everyday fight, and you too are showing such a strength in this fight for democracy and freedom that I think your voices should be heard. I have, in my life, had the chance to have a role model and a friend. Her name was Anna Politkovskaya, and she was killed 19 years ago on Putin's birthday. And since then, the words she told me are in my mind. These words were very simple. Putin's regime will lead to a war, and you in Europe should not be mistaken. This war will target you, your democracies, and your European Union. She was right, and European leaders were wrong. And let's say it, for too long, in front of Putin's crimes, what we have done is signing contracts and dumping those who were confronting him. So today we need to hear your voice. We need to hear your voice, Yulia Navalnaya, and we need to hear your voice, Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya. And my first question, because you are showing so much strength in front of tyranny, is where do you find this strength? What drives you in this fight against tyranny, both of you, if you can make short responses? Please, Yulia, start.
Thank you very much, and hope this forum is going well. I thought that a lot of delegates, and thank you for having me. And it's very important. I wish you good luck, and it's very important for me to be here. There is for me, it's all the time very difficult and very easy question, because very simple things are driving me. First of all, people. People who supported my husband. People who support me now. People who were forced to live in exile, but continue their fight against Putin's regime in different countries. People who are struggling now with Putin inside Russia now. For example, yesterday we have already discussed, and we mentioned the girl who was in prison just singing songs on the street. They were songs of young groups who stands against Putin, and they live in exile now, and she was sentenced for 2 weeks just for singing these songs. But she doesn't afraid. She came to the street. Of course, she gives me strength. And on a personal way, of course, memory of my husband. His fight, his example, which he gave me and continues to give, of course, gives me a lot of strength. My children, I understand how it's difficult for them, but they continue to love. They continue to support me, and I appreciate it. Everything gives me the understanding, the final aim, where I'm moving. I want to live in my own country, which is occupied by Putin and his regime. And it's important for me to do something right every day to make this day much more close.
Svetlana.
Thank you. I fully, of course, agree with Yulia that people who are fighting for democracy in living in tyranny, we are taking this inspiration, courage from people who are, despite of the repressions, continuing to fight inside the country, living in Gulag, outside the country, also actually holding transnational repressions. I'm so proud of our political parties who were ruined inside the country but continue their work in exile, and they're presented here today. The workers of trade unions, trade unions that also were bombed inside Belarus, but now they are using international mechanisms like ILO and Article 33 principles to look for justice. You know, they demand release of political prisoners and leaders of trade unions in Belarus. Of course, I'm inspired by all political prisoners who are still in prisons, and also those who are released and kicked out of the country, but they exhausted physically. But they are morally so strong, and they immediately dive into our democratic movement because they understand that people's lives are a threat in Belarusian prisons. And of course, I'm so inspired by solidarity. The strength of bold and decisive leaders giving me strength. All your unprecedented steps, all your unconventional, non-conventional movements really give me energy, and these movements, they threaten dictators, because dictators think that democratic institutions are weak, and when you have courage to talk not to the representatives of the regime, but with the representatives of people, of nation, you show to dictators that you are not almighty, we are not afraid of you, and we will find tools and instruments to punish you, to bring international institutions of justice to work and start investigations against your crimes.
Yulia, you have the best knowledge, unfortunately, of how Putin's regime is structured. So what do you think, what can you tell us about how far Putin's regime is going to go in terms of confrontation with European democracies? Because here you still have, from time to time, the hope that it's just a question of Ukraine or Belarus or Russia. But how far is Putin ready to go?
Well, let's be honest, nobody knows a lot about Putin right now. I would love to know much more, and I think a lot of people in Europe and all around the world would love to know much more about him. And this way, we would be able to find some kind of magic pill against this regime. But I think that Putin is doing it right now. You're asking me about the future, but it has already happened. And I think that Europe, for example, sometimes doesn't notice it. I just want to remind you that there were poisoning attempts many years ago in Europe, which Putin did. And there were investigations, and everything is proved. And there were a lot of hacker attacks. There were a lot of a kind of influence on elections in other countries. And when we speak about the future, it's not about the future, it's happening right now, because of course we must, everyone on their position, maybe by different ways, to stand against this regime and to be united in this.
Svetlana, what can Europe do more? We are trying to support the opposition in Belarus, but I'm sure we are not doing enough to support the fight of the people of Belarus for freedom. So what would you ask us to do more so that one day Belarus can be free?
So first of all, of course, I want to say there was a gratitude for this 5 years support to Belarusian democratic movement. Believe me, you also inspire us to continue our fight, because we see your courage. But of course, much more can be done. We have to show principle and consistent position towards dictators. You still have so many instruments, to show your power to dictators. You can impose more sanctions on Lukashenko's regime for all the crimes that this regime is committing. We should to close all the loopholes, because now still Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan are used, to circumvent sanctions that are imposed. So punish regime economically, with isolation, with the policy of non-recognition. The second, support people, because people need energy to continue. And when people feel abandoned and forgotten, if they don't enjoy attention from international society, they also lose hope. And any gesture of solidarity, any mentioning of Belarusian political prisoners, any cooperation or collaboration with Belarusian democratic structures fuel our energy. It's so important to support our media. We counter a huge propagandistic machine that poisons minds not only of Belarusians, but also your minds. And we need to support our cultural initiatives, because what's going now in Belarus is total Russification. They want to erase everything Belarusian from Belarus, and we have to support our nation. The third is, I already mentioned, institution of justice. Please let's show to dictators that institutions are working. International Criminal Court, International Court of Justice. Now dictators enjoy impunity, and impunity emboldens them. And we see how Russia is already testing the borders of European Union, seeking for your reaction. If there is no reaction, they will become bolder and bolder. And democracy, democratic institutions, Europe, you have power to stop this. Please believe in yourself, because we believe in you.
Thank you. We will try to believe in ourselves as much as you do. One attempt to be optimistic. One day, tyranny will collapse. One day, Russia and Belarus will be free. What will be the first thing you will do in a free Russia and a free Belarus?
For sure, for 30 years, regime of Lukashenko managed to ruin our country, and we will have to rebuild everything that was ruined. It will be a tough period of life, of development, but I know that Europe will be with us and that you will manage. But of course, the first steps are to be done is that all the political prisoners are released and rehabilitated. All the trade unions, political parties, media, organizations that are declared as extremists has to renew their work. Law has started to work at last in Belarus, and of course, free and fair elections where people can choose their future leadership.
I would probably answer the same about Russia, and I will join in the thoughts to Svetlana. I probably add about opening archives of FSB and KGB, but I think that for me, this symbolic thing is also very personal. The one thing is when I go back to Russia, and I hope this day will be as soon as possible, of course, I'll go to Borisov Cemetery, to my husband's grave. And I know it's not just my personal thought. I know there are a lot of people who supported my husband, who share this, and it's very symbolic, and it's very right thing to start the democracy in Russia as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to both of you. You remind us that democracy is a fight, that freedom is a fight, that Europe is a fight. And when we stop fighting, we lose. So let's not stop fighting for the European Union and for our democracies. This is our DNA, and you are examples that we should follow. Thank you. Long live to free Russia and free Belarus, and long live to Ukraine and Europe.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Julia, Svetlana, and Rafael. Now, I would like to welcome up the Vice Chancellor of Germany, Lars Klingbeil, for a keynote speech on redefining security in a challenging global order.
Thank you so much, comrades and friends. Dear Stefan, first of all, let me really congratulate you to your re-election. We are very, very proud and thankful for your leadership. All the best, and the German support is there whenever you need it. Thank you so much for your work, Stefan. And dear comrades, I'm just coming back from Washington. We had a meeting of the World Bank and the IMF there in the last days, and the visit again made me very clear we are living in a world of massive uncertainty. It's a crucial time for all of us as Europeans. We have to deal with a world order that is rapidly changing. Many of the uncertainties, many of the certainties we took for granted have fundamentally changed. Many of us grew up with the trust that Europe brings peace, that Europe brings stability, that Europe brings prosperity, that Europe brings security. But now, in these days, we see a different, a hard reality. Our most important ally has become unpredictable. We are witnessing how our democracies are increasingly under attack by external powers and internal actors from the extreme far right, feeding disinformation and hate. We are witnessing an ongoing polarization in our societies. We are seeing how the institutions of international law are being sidelined. The power of law is increasingly replaced by the power of might, creating an era of impunity and distrust. Russia is fighting a brutal war of aggression against Ukraine, and we have to be very clear. We stand in solidarity with our friends in Ukraine. And comrades, this is not just a war against Ukraine. The hybrid attacks of Russia show this war threatens the security of the entire continent. Comrades, all these challenges are fundamental. All these challenges are frustrating. And the people are tired of all the crises that are around them. But I have to tell you, frustration is not the right answer. Being silent is not the right answer. All of these challenges need a progressive answer, and I am absolutely convinced the most important and powerful answer to all these challenges is a strong Europe, comrades and friends. So all these developments we must see as a wake-up call for Europe, a wake-up call for the progressive movements. And yes, the transatlantic cooperation is and will always be important to us. Despite experiencing setbacks and disappointments, we need to learn how to read the American administration and learn how to deal with a more inward-looking and unilateral White House. But at the same time, we have to concentrate on our main job. We must take Europe's future into our own hands. We must redefine our role. We must protect our security, freedom, and prosperity. We have to be honest to ourselves. We took the benefits of Europe for granted for too long, and we have forgotten to fight for them. This is why we as socialists and democrats must do everything necessary to secure peace in Europe. To do this, we must make Europe stronger. To deal with the new situation, we must see security holistically. Only a deeper European cooperation will truly make us safe. And for this, we need three strong pillars. First, Putin's Russia is posing the gravest threat to our way of life in Europe since the end of the Second World War. Ukraine is fighting for our values and freedom. We need to continue to support Ukraine in its fight for survival. And at the same time, we need to strengthen the European pillar in NATO by investing in our own defense capabilities. We have made progress in spending in Europe. Like many member states, Germany has committed itself to a huge investment in defense capabilities. In this phase of threat and the huge challenges of boosting our defense expenditures, we also need the right mindset. This starts with proper institutions. We urgently need a European defense single market with same standards, shared use and joint arms projects. And comrades, I know that the question of military strength is often sensitive and also polarizing in the progressive movement itself. And yes, our concept of security is based on a broader approach. We focus on multilateral cooperation, on rules-based order, on strong international corporations and institutions, on development aid, on diplomatic efforts. But we also have to be very clear when it comes to military strength. I want European sovereignty. We as progressive movements standing for European sovereignty, and for this we have to work very hard, comrades and friends. And the second pillar is the economic strength. Security today also means being economically strong and resilient. A strong economy is the basis for a strong welfare state. The current turbulences in our trade regime are threatening our economic model. With China flooding our markets and in the face of unfair tariff deals with the US, we must commit ourselves to effective and long-term protection against unfair trade practices and subsidized overcapacities. We cannot stand by and watch the failing of our key branches such as steel manufacturing and car making with the destruction of well-paid industrial jobs. Left to itself, this would erode the basis of our prosperity. Instead, we need more European patriotism. We must protect our industries from unfair competition. And at the same time, we need to push forward for innovation in order to create the industrial jobs of tomorrow. We must finally complete the single market. Being divided into small markets is the biggest barrier to invest. The European financial market is still too fragmented. We have to use the power of 450 million consumers adequately. We can be a real economic power if we want to, and comrades, I think we have to. It was the Social Democrat Jacques Delors who showed us in the 1980s that the answer to an economic crisis is not less, it's more Europe. He has created the single market as a powerful instrument. In these days, we need the Jacques Delors Plan 2.0. We should see the deeper European cooperation as a great opportunity. And I am convinced only a strong single market allows for strategic industry, policy, economic resilience and sustainable growth. This is the path we as progressives should follow. And the third pillar is global alliances and free trade. In today's world, it's a paramount that Europe looks beyond its boundaries and beyond the global north. Europe must become capable of securing free trade and becoming politically stronger worldwide. We must be bold and conclude new trade agreements with partners all over the world. And I can tell you partners are lining up. In this new world, trade and economic policy are immediately security policy. Cooperating with countries beyond the industrial world is far more than just accessing markets and securing vital commodities for our industries. Global cooperation allows us to engage in a vital global dialogue to find solutions for humanity's pressing problems, to secure allies, to strengthen the multilateral system in order to strengthening the rule of international law. So, comrades, my firm belief is a successful Europe is the most important political task of my generation. We must defend Europe against enemies inside and outside, and we must unify Europe to make it stronger. I believe the moment of Europe is in these days. There will be no strong Europe without any strong progressive movement. So, comrades, let's do our job. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lars Klingbeil. While I would like you to stay at stage, I would like to welcome up our moderator, Tytti Turprainen, and the speakers, Antti Lindman and Neera Tanden. Welcome up. Thank you, dear.
comrades, welcome to this very important panel on security and defense in changing global order. We have a great lineup of panelists here, and we are talking about Europe that stands at crossroads. The world around us is indeed shifting, with war on our borders, hybrid threats testing our resilience, and global power balances being reshaped before our eyes. Russia's brutal war against Ukraine has reminded us that peace can never be taken for granted. And across the Atlantic, the Trump era and the uncertainty it has left behind has shown us what happens when foundations of democracy are being taken for granted. In this new reality, Europe must take greater responsibility for its own defense and security and strengthen its strategic autonomy, not as a retreat from our allies, quite the contrary, but as a commitment to our values and our people, because security is not only about armies or weapons, it is about people, about protecting our citizens, our freedoms, and our democracy. Today, we gather to discuss how we can build a more integrated, human-centered European security framework, one that defends our values, reinforces multilateralism, and ensures that Europe remains a force for peace and stability in the world. And ladies and gentlemen, dear comrades, I turn first to Antti from Finland, a country that shares a long border with Russia, 1,340 kilometers, and Finland has recently joined NATO, while remaining a strong advocate of EU's role in security and defense. Now, Antti, from your perspective, how should the European Union strengthen its ability to respond to hybrid threats and external aggression, while at the same time maintaining unity and democratic values?
Yeah, we have to do it, but Tytti, as you know, people often ask us Finns that, aren't you afraid when you have that long border with Russia? You know what the answer is? I would be a hell of a lot more worried if that border didn't exist.
Yeah.
So I have to say, dear comrades, the message is that we should not be afraid, we should be awake. When we have this, because we live with this border, we understand in Finland that the hybrid threats are not just a theory, but as a lived reality, and that we have to take granted in this world. The war of aggression against Ukraine has fundamentally changed Europe's security environment. It has reminded us that the modern threats come in many forms, not only the military force, but cyber attacks, disinformation, the weaponization of migration, and energy attacks on critical infrastructure. As we heard earlier in the panel and Comrade Lars' good speech here, the threat is there and it's not going away. So we must be ready to respond to all these threats. And first, our defense capability must be developed in line with NATO, closing critical gaps and ensuring interoperability. Second, we need a stronger European defense industry. Joint procurement and production make us more resilient, more cost-effective and more credible. Third, technology matters also here. Defense research and development require stable funding, especially for dual-use innovation. It is also about growth and jobs. Fourth, protecting EU's external borders. It's not just a task for border states. It is a shared responsibility, covering both traditional and hybrid threats. But what is the most critical line of defense? It's the one that lies between our ears. And that's why unity and democracy They are our greatest strength. And that's why we, as a social democrats, we must stand firm against far right, because if a pro-Russian extreme right wing wins in Europe, it means that Putin wins without firing a single shot. That's why strong Europe, economically, socially, is a secure Europe. Unity is not separate from security, it is security.
Thank you so much, Antti. That was a very, very powerful message about Europe and its strength. That was a to-do list for us social democrats. Now it's good to turn to Neera. Dear Neera, given the evolving global landscape and recent shifts in the US foreign policy, what should a strong and effective transatlantic security partnership look like in the coming years? And more generally, when it comes to the transatlantic relations, where do you see areas of cooperation, and how do you think that progressives can work together on a shared agenda?
Thank you so much for that question. It's wonderful to be with these esteemed leaders, and I'm honored to be here. I'm the leader of the Center for American Progress in Washington. I've worked in 3 Democratic administrations, and I really want to say, first and foremost, that I come here as a warning sign that the United States today is facing the deepest attack on democracy that we have ever seen, in my lifetime for sure. And the way that connects to your question is that I think all of us need to recognize that around the world and within our countries, there is a focus on authoritarian populism, and everyone in this room should recognize that the Trump administration and its allies, Steve Bannon and others, have a global network designed to undermine democracy in Europe from within. It is vital that we are clear-eyed that right now, Europe is the beacon of democracy for the world. I hope that we will restore power in America so that we can come back and be that beacon with you. But for the next several years, you are the beacon for democracy.
Yes.
And I am here because we need to learn from each other. The far right has been coordinating across the globe for years, learning from each other's elections, learning how to weaponize issues like immigration and crime. And it is vital that we stay strong. In this world of chaos, people are looking for tough leaders in tough times who can deliver. And we are learning from you about your elections so that we can ensure that in our elections going forward, we can deliver on those kitchen table issues that matter so much. The reason why this is so interconnected is that as our democracies go, so does democracy in the world. There is no possibility for the future of Ukraine unless our democracies are strong.
Thank you.
So, I hope we can return to power in order to be your partner again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Neera. We need to have faith in our democracy, and Europe is the beacon of democracy, and we need to strengthen our capabilities, and our strengths have to be even better in the future. As you said, Lars, in your introductory keynote, security for us is not only about military defense. It matters, it is very important, but it has also a broader dimension when we talk about security. What do you think, Lars? What is necessary for the EU to gain sovereignty in such a broader dimension of security?
So thanks for the question. And I mean, the first thing is we have to focus on economic resilience. And to say that very clear, there are 2 very good reports on the table from Mario Draghi and our comrade Enrico Letta. And so we have to ask ourselves, what did we do with these reports? What followed from these reports? But I think the answer is to get economic resilience around the table. And the second point I want to mention is the question of technological sovereignty. And this brings me also to the point of fighting for democracy. I mean, I had a debate with an intellectual a few weeks ago in Germany, and he asked me, can you guarantee that we're living in a democracy in 5 or 10 years? I would say I would fight for this every day, but can I guarantee it? Can I guarantee it if I see how all this tech guy from United States tried to get power? And comrades and friends, this is maybe one of the main tasks for us. Be on the digital area more resilient and get our own way. I don't think that we should live in a world where Elon Musk and Peter Thiel are the guys who are deciding about artificial intelligence. I think we in Europe, with our values, should decide about artificial intelligence, but we cannot do that if Germany is alone, or if Finland is alone, or if France is alone. But if we are together with 27 states in Europe, if we are together with 450 million consumers, then we can be a real economic power also in the field of digitalization. And this is where we should focus on, and this is also a question of sovereignty, nothing against the United States. I'm a real transatlantic guy, but I have seen all these tech guys running to President Trump, and that makes me skeptic. And I want a future in digitalization where our European values are the way and not the money from Donald Trump, and I think we have to focus on that. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Lars. That was a great message to us. We need to protect our freedoms and our democracy, and one thing is clear: Europe's strength lies in cooperation, not just among nations, but among people who share a same vision of peace and justice. And our task as social democrats is to shape a security policy that protects people, to make Europe not only safer, but also fairer. Strategic autonomy must mean the ability to act with responsibility, with solidarity, and always in line with our democratic values. Thank you so much. Let's give a big hand to our great panelists. It's time to wrap up.
Thank you very much, Tutti, and thank you very much to our panelists. While I want Tutti to wait, and here at stage, I want to call up Jay Inslee, former governor of Washington State, on transatlantic relations and shared progressive agenda. Welcome up. There you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jay Inslee. I am recently the retired governor, 3-term governor of the state of Washington. Before I say anything, I want to all invite you to the World Cup in Seattle next summer. You may have heard Donald Trump is trying to cancel the World Cup in Seattle. I can guarantee you the World Cup is going to be held in Seattle, and democracy will survive in the United States of America. So I want to tell you why I believe this is true, why we will ultimately become and renew America as a bastion of democracy. A short story. When Trump started his assault on democracy, his assault on the judicial system, his assault on free speech, his assault on the freedom of speech in our schools, he started to threaten universities. He started to threaten law firms to try to suppress them in every way he could. And in the first couple of weeks, some of these law firms collapsed. And they said, whatever you want, Donald, we're yours. You're going to run my law firm. But then a new thing started, voices such as my own. I got so mad about this when I saw a law firm collapsing and retreating to his dogmatic assault on democracy. I wrote a little article in the Guardian. And since then, let me tell you what is happening. Law firms are saying no to Donald Trump. You're not going to strong-arm us. Universities are saying no to Donald Trump. You're not going to strong-arm us, because they understand a central concept of the preservation of democracy. It isn't in one great battle, it's one in a million small battles. This building was built, I think it's like 5 million bricks. The road to autocracy is paved with small retreats. We cannot retreat in any sense to authoritarian action of Donald Trump. And that is what that is actually my central message from coming here, is to quote Churchill, and all we all know his quote, "It doesn't make sense to feed the crocodile in hopes that you were the last eaten." We got to stop feeding him in any fashion to see this. My second concept is about democracy is this. I am very impressed at what I've heard today of Prime Minister of Norway and leaders from across the world who are talking about the necessity of addressing tabletop issues when we in the progressive community are arguing. I think it's very important to integrate democracy in tabletop issues. Let me give you an example about this. Right now, Donald Trump is trying to repeal the Obamacare measures which have given more affordable health care to Americans. Americans' health care, 20 million people stand the risk of losing health care because of his current assault on their health care. We need to integrate a message of democracy, that this is an assault on democracy in itself. Third thing I want to share with you is on climate change. I'm so encouraged by the leadership of Frans Timmermans. Let's give him a round of applause for what he has done in the efforts against climate change. You are all, everyone in this great hall are members of the Inslee family. And the reason is because you're trying to give my 6 grandchildren a future. And here's one thing I hope you'll take home with you. 24 states in the United States are fully committed in taking action on climate change. Donald Trump's collapse on the world stage is not stopping the U.S. Climate Alliance, which is 24 states. We represent 60% of the United States economy. We have jointly reduced our emissions 24%. We are building the most rapidly growing part of the U.S. economy because we are building a clean energy future in the United States. Take that home and take home this with you as well. I pledge myself to go home and ask Washingtonians and Americans to show 1/10 of the courage of Julia Natali. We're going to do that. Let's keep Ukraine a democracy. Good luck to all. Take care.
Thank you, Governor Inslee. That was a perfect remark, and you make the life of a moderator very easy because you answered the questions already that I had in mind. That's the kind of leadership we Social Democrats expect from across the Atlantic. The Democrats will show the way for new America and a better transatlantic cooperation. Thank you so much, Jay. It was wonderful to hear from you and have you here with us. Now, dear friends, it's time to welcome a very special friend here on stage. Let's give a big applause to David Lammy, Deputy Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. He's going to talk about building new partnership across the globe. There you go, David. It's wonderful to have you here. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. And Stefan, congratulations on your re-election. And to our dear friend, Frans Timmermans, we see your leadership from afar and we thank you for all that you're doing here in the Netherlands. Friends, it's a great honor to be here with you in Amsterdam, but it's more than an honor. At this hour, for us to be together particularly. This is our situation as I see it. We all know the straits right across Western democracies. Technology, migration, cost of living. It's the same across all of our countries. We all feel the stress and the uncertainty because our people are struggling and suffering. And we all know that they are looking both left and right for the change that they crave. This means that politics is actually wide open. Our polls marked by extreme volatility at this point in the cycle. And those that are popular are those that offer change. But in so many ways, it's a moment which our founders had previously. men like Keir Hardie, Jean Jaurès, who would have instantly recognized a moment fraught with peril, but also full of possibility. Over a century ago, working people were facing the total transformation of their industrial and social lives. Amidst all of this change, they were crying out for justice, and our movement, the whole progressive project, Social Democrat and Labour, began to answer that call. Working as Europeans, first and foremost, but that spread around much of the world. And we must do so once again with the same intellectual and political daring of our founding heroes and fathers. And as an alliance of working people working across Europe, working together as Europeans, because we in Britain, by the way, did not stop being European with Brexit. Because Britain and the rest of Europe still share a culture, we still share a history, we still share our values, we still share the same vision for a better future, even as we sit outside of the European Union. The continent of Europe is where we belong, and we stand shoulder to shoulder with parties that spread rights and progress, rights for workers, rights for women, rights for minorities, who made our quest for justice the great story of the 20th century. Without our great parties, we would be without the social safety nets that so many people rely on. We would be without universal health care, without basic dignity for all. We've achieved so much together, but we can be confident that the great story of the 21st century is going to be the expansion and the deepening of justice, not its reverse. The populist right is more international. And this is why history is not enough, because right now, the populist right, even as it champions barriers and borders, is organizing and sharing more effectively as an international than we are. From Martin Sellner to Tommy Robinson, this is an international network that they've built. From Nigel Farage to Steve Bannon, they are supporting each other. From Alice Weidel to Marine Le Pen, they are learning from one another to extraordinary effect. You know, this morning I turned on the news. Nigel Farage says that he is stunned by the fact that his former party leader in Wales took Russian bribes. We're not stunned. The Kremlin has a proven track record of supporting the networks that want European unity to fail. And we call you out for what you are. You're not patriotic. Friends, we are here today because we cannot fail. We are in a race that will shape the politics of the 21st century, with the populist right, of course, clear in their mission. I thought Prime Minister Sanchez, our progressive statesman, has consistently warned of this well. He not only wins elections, but he's also right. And in the race, the more allies that you have, the more effective that you are, the better. Because the more we learn from each other, the stronger we will be. And we are winning worldwide, always and everywhere in our own national struggles. We hear the populist right speaking of itself as a rising worldwide tide, but in actual fact, it's us who has been winning. In July last year, we won in Britain with a historic majority that nobody ever thought was possible, ending 14 years of conservative rule. Yes, the right has won elsewhere, but since then, we've kept winning. In April, we won in Canada, roaring back from deep midterm lows. In May, we won in Australia with the same story. And in September, of course, here in Europe, we won in Norway, roaring back again from those midterm blues. There is a recipe to our victories, a politics that I call a progressive realism. Britain, Canada, Australia, Norway, our winners laser focus on the cost of living. This is the politics of wages and bills. It's not the student politics of protest, of too many parties to our left who prefer the politics of marches to the tough choices of governing for working people in office. We've won when we've acknowledged pressures, explained their causes, and acted with a clear compass and a plan to help. Britain, Canada, Norway, are winners united, left and the middle ground, because faced with the stakes, faced with the facts about the populist right, voters backed the governments that could hold them off, not toy with parts of their agenda and split the vote to welcome them in. And we won when we owned the future and harnessed these extraordinary new technologies for social progress and public services that people see and feel every day, all making their everyday lives easier. Britain, Canada, Australia, Norway are also winners that stand for security, rearming to face the threats that we face, reasserting what patriotism and national sovereignty really mean, resolutely being somewhere parties that stand for Britain, for Canada, Australia, or Norway, not anywhere parties that stand for abstract nouns and not a specific place. We win when we're led by statesmen, or stateswomen, I should say. We've seen this with Keir Starmer with his leadership on Ukraine, Mark Carney with his expertise on finance, Anthony Albanese with his commitment to Pacific security, and of course Jonas Storr with his early action on Palestinian recognition. And we see it in our family that served the longest. In Mette Frederiksen, whose realism on foreign and domestic policy stands out. It keeps progressives in power and it shows us how to win. Friends, the stake we face in Europe are enormous. On the one hand, everything we stand for and believe in, fairness, climate, freedom, and on the other hand, a populist right that would rip up international treaties, that would bully and silence national courts, that would intimidate our media and our press. That is nothing less than the forces of democratic backsliding. A story that we're all too familiar with across Europe, a story in our own times that we've seen told in Eastern Europe, that we've seen in Central Europe, and we know those who would tell that story again in Western Europe. When Nigel Farage attacks judges and mobilizes grievances against our courts, this is his playbook. This is the price he would have us pay. And that's why in our election, they shall not pass. That's why in your elections, they shall not pass. That's why across Europe, they shall not pass. Let us stop them. Let us never lose sight of it, the purpose that we stand for. Those are the stakes we are fighting for, a free and fair Europe with Britain, its greatest friend. And let us fight for it together as an alliance, as an international force, as a family that stands for justice for all. My friends, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister. And now, a video message from across the Atlantic, a person who cannot be with us today, but doesn't need any presentation.
Meus amigos e minhas amigas, gostaria de saudar o meu amigo Pedro Sanches e os delegados do Congresso do Partido Socialista Europeu que se reúne em Amsterdam. Esta reunião é muito importante para reorganizar os setores progressistas diante dos ataques à democracia e do avanço da extrema-direita no mundo. A democracia deixou de despertar nas pessoas a esperança de que pode melhorar a vida delas. A crise da democracia se confunde com a crise do nosso campo progressista na sociedade. Em muitos países, nos deixamos capturar pelos valores conservadores e passamos a flertar com o discurso do Estado mínimo e com uma agenda de demonização dos imigrantes. O neoliberalismo impôs um alto custo aos direitos sociais, levou à precarização do trabalho, ao enfraquecimento dos sindicatos e no aumento das desigualdades. Na sociedade, esse projeto fomentou o individualismo, esvaziou as ações coletivas e criminalizou a classe política. Nossa luta é fazer com que o nosso campo volte a ser percebido como o caminho mais eficaz para a conquista e a efetivação de direitos por meio da democracia. Fartura para poucos e fome para muitos em pleno século XXI é a antessala para o totalitarismo. Por isso, as forças de esquerda devem resgatar a defesa do trabalho digno, dos serviços públicos, da justiça social e a valorização da política como bandeiras centrais. Não há transformação verdadeira sem justiça social e não há justiça social sem democracia. Precisamos voltar a acreditar na organização da sociedade civil, nos movimentos sociais e dos sindicatos. A democracia é colocar os mais pobres no orçamento e os mais ricos no imposto de renda. Passou da hora de corrigirmos a distorção mais simples e básica. Os ricos devem pagar proporcionalmente mais imposto do que os trabalhadores. O lançamento da mobilização pelo progresso global, que ocorre nesse Congresso, é fundamental para fortalecer nossa luta por justiça social, democracia e um futuro sustentável na Europa e no mundo. Às vésperas da COP30 em Belém, no coração da Amazônia, a Europa permanece um ator essencial para os esforços globais de enfrentamento da mudança do clima. Que o Congresso do Partido Socialista Europeu representa a renovação dessa revolução democrática, o fortalecimento das forças da esquerda e a união dos progressistas. Temos que voltar a falar a linguagem do povo. Democracia é mais do que votar, é participar, criticar, discutir, corrigir as ações do governo. Democracia não é um pacto de silêncio. É um instrumento essencial para criar sociedades vibrantes e dinâmicas na busca de melhoria de vida para todos. Por isso, boa sorte a vocês, muita democracia e muito obrigado.
Now I go up with the video. Standing with Ukraine means standing for freedom, unity, and peace. Please roll up the video message from Alexandra Matvichuk, Ukrainian human rights lawyer, civil society leader, and a recipient of the 2022 Nobel Peace Prize.
My name is Alexandra Matvichuk.
I'm a human rights lawyer, and this is a huge honor for me to address to this distinguished audience. I'm documenting war crimes in this war which Russia has launched against Ukraine. And this is not just a war between two states, this is a war between two systems, authoritarianism and democracy. Because with this war, Putin attempts to convince the entire world that democracy, human rights and rule of law are fake values, that country with a strong military potential and nuclear weapon can break international order, can dictate its rules to entire international community, and even forcibly changed internationally recognized borders. And if Putin succeeds, it will encourage other authoritarian leaders in different parts of the globe to do the same. So we in Ukraine, we are fighting not just for ourselves. There are a lot of things which have no limitation in national borders. Freedom is one of such things, and only spread of freedom make our world safer.
Yes.
So, dear friends, we are getting closer to the final session of this amazing Congress. It has been 3 amazing days. I have no words again to thank our Dutch hosts for having received us in this amazing place. Another applause, I would say, just for the party. And it is now the time to adopt the final Congress document, which goes under the name of the call for the progressive mobilization in Europe and beyond. I would like to invite you to take your card on behalf of your own delegations and be ready for the progressive mobilization. Who's in favor? Who is against? Who is abstaining? I think this is a unanimous success. We are ready for the mobilization. And I leave you now to our President.
Thank you, everybody, for this. And with this resolution, we raise our voices for a better world. And we initiate what is so urgently needed, a progressive mobilization that brings together progressive forces from all of Europe and also worldwide. This is a joint initiative to fight back the far right with the common strength of our progressive voices and to stand up for equal rights and the real opportunities for everybody all over in our continent and around the world. And indeed, my friends, it is time to stand up. It is time to join forces. It is time for a progressive mobilization. And that brings me to a leader that is absolutely sharing this ambition and endeavor of a progressive mobilization. A comrade and a dear friend who is so courageously fighting for social justice, for democracy, for progress in his country, in Spain, but also progress in Europe and worldwide. Please welcome to the stage Pedro Sanchez.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, my friends. Thank you. Thank you. Muchas gracias. First of all, congratulations, dear Stefan. to you, and I would say also to all of us, because we're lucky to have you again as our president for this new mandate. I believe we could not have chosen a better leader for your courage, for your ability to forge consensus and your gift to bring people together, but above all, for your deep, lifelong commitment to our ideals. So thank you very much, Stefan, for your friendship and your leadership. That would be the best. So on behalf, of course, of the Spanish Socialists, thank you for stepping forward, dear Stefan. And I would also like to say a few words about our host, Frans Timmermans. Frans is a reference in Europe, mainly for progressives, a true champion of climate justice. Now, he's once again leading the way, building a broad progressive movement here in his beautiful country. I am proud to call him my friend. So Frans, thank you very much for hosting this Congress and for your inspiration and example. I hope that soon I will also be able to call you my colleague at the European Council. That would be the best news. The best news, because now is the time when we need to be stronger in Brussels, with voices like those of two outstanding Spanish women whom I would also like to recognize, Teresa Ribera and Irache García. Well, my friends, we all know quite well the context we face. The far right is advancing across Europe and worldwide, spreading messages filled with hate and lies. And what is the answer by the conventional right? What is the answer? In my view, surrender. Surrender by copy and paste. They copy their ideas and proposals and they paste their methods. And the reason is why they do that. In my opinion, they do it because they think it is their only chance to survive politically. They could not be more naive. Stefan, I once heard you quoting a sentence from Kennedy that perfectly describes that strategy. Those who seek power by riding the back of the tiger end up inside it. That is exactly what is happening with the conventional right. And it is not only a doomed strategy, it is a nonsense that endangers consensus built over decades and the very essence of the European project. So how many times must they repeat the same mistakes that led Europe to disaster? Will they ever learn the lessons of history? Because that is exactly what is happening across Europe. And my country, Spain, is not an exception. There, the conventional right has become just another satellite of the far right. They are willing to restrict the right to abortion, to deny the climate emergency, to repeal laws on democratic memory, and to roll back progress on gender-based violence. When they attack our freedom and conquest, they are undermining the very basis of democracy. So, we want to be clear. We will not take a single step back. You see, the conventional right bought the full far-right package. And they did it because they are scared. scared of being swallowed by the tiger they think they can ride, scared of losing votes, scared of becoming even them victims themselves of the far right's hatred and lies. Scared. And to be frank with you, it's also important to keep in mind that there are many of our people also scared of being targeted, scared of being harassed by their army of social media trolls, scared of being framed with inventions and further lies. But let me tell you something. We are not scared. On the contrary, this terrible challenge that we face gives us more strength and determination to fight the enemies of democracy, freedom, and social justice. That is why today we must stand up and mobilize. And therefore, dear Stefan, dear Giacomo, I'm very happy that this Congress has just approved the launch of the Global Progressive Mobilization, an initiative that will provide the basis for all progressive forces around the world to coordinate, to unite ourselves, because our unity will be our strength. So, dear comrades, today I am not only asking you to stand firm in the name of the ideals and values we socialists treasure. I know you do. I'm asking you to stand in the name of all those threatened. Let us mobilize in defense of their voices. Let us take the first step. Let us face the challenge in their name. Only then can we be credible, when we call for progressive action everywhere. And to be credible, my friends, we must to be consistent, we must to be coherent. There cannot be double standards. All lives have the same value in Ukraine, in Gaza, or anywhere else in the world. Accepting double standards weakens Europe's moral authority and undermines the multilateral system itself. Accepting double standards is not what we socialists do. So to be credible, we must also remain loyal to our principles. We cannot accept the far right's frameworks. We cannot renounce our convictions for the sake of political convenience. We cannot sacrifice our long-term vision for a short-term gain. And that is what true leadership means. I know it is not easy. I know we face many pressures, but we must remain strong and determined, because there is also reason for hope. Let me give you a very simple one example. When we govern, we prove that our policies work. We show that social democratic policies deliver. My country, Spain, is proving it. In 2025, according to the IMF, our growth rate will more than double the European Union average. And at the same time, we are reducing inequality to its lowest level in record history. And nearly 60% of our energy mix already comes from renewable sources. We are dismantling one by one the old dogmas imposed by the right during and after the financial crisis of the past decade. They say we couldn't grow while improving job and wage dignity. Wrong. They said we couldn't cut emissions without sacrificing economic growth. They were wrong. They said we couldn't grow, share, and protect the planet at the same time. Wrong. Of course we can. The international media have called it the Spanish model. Of course, I take pride in it, believe me. But I prefer to call it for what it really is, the social democracy model. A model that creates wealth and distributes it. A model that thinks about the planet and future generations. A model that works and that we will extend soon to the rest of Europe. I'm sure France, that it will start here in the Netherlands and beyond Europe. So, dear comrades, our model works, and yet we still face huge challenges ahead, of course, in my country and across Europe. Let me briefly mention four that worry me in particular. First, we must tackle the housing crisis that is hitting our young people hardest. It is not acceptable that 80 million Europeans spend more than 40% of their income on rent or a mortgage. Living with dignity cannot be a privilege. It must be a right. Second, we must continue advancing in gender equality, not one step back, comrades. We must defend every advance with bravery and determination in sexual and reproductive freedom, in equal pay, in parliamentary representation, and in corporate boards. We owe it to the women who fought for it and those who will come. Third, we must strengthen our commitment to a just green transition, not only out of moral conviction, though that matters, of course, but because there is future and prosperity in the green economy. So this is not climate dogmatism, it is responsibility and also a huge opportunity for our societies and for the whole Europe. And last but not least, we must uphold and expand Europe's social pillar, because the rights that our workers and middle classes took decades to achieve are now under threat. Decent jobs, public health and education, clean air, reduced inequalities. It is up to us to ensure that the European Union delivers better lives to our citizens, including common minimum wage throughout the European Union. So, dear friends, a new world order is emerging, a world in which a zero-sum mentality prevails, and therefore we must fight against that vision, because it only brings more conflict, more inequality, and more injustice. We must defend our soul, a social Europe, and we must make it compatible with our aspiration to grow through talent and innovation. We already know the way. I think that this idea of the open strategic autonomy is the only path to prevent us from becoming anyone's vassals. We don't choose our friends, we don't choose our circumstances or challenges, but we can choose how we face them. And our choice should be clear. We choose to stand up, not to hide. We choose an open and prosperous Europe, not a closed and impoverished one. We choose to move forward with bravery, not to give up to fear. We choose a bright future over the phantoms of the dark past. We choose, and we do. Let's go for it. And now I have the honor and the pleasure to give the floor to Frans Timmermans. Thank you very much, my friends.
I guess you guys are just as inspired as I am by Pedro's wonderful speech. I also fully realize that I'm probably the only problem standing between you and enjoying one of the most fun cities in the world, Amsterdam. Having fun so far? You know, I was listening to Pedro, I was listening to David and others earlier, and it came to mind that what we're fighting for is so fundamental for our societies today, and I was thinking about my kids and my grandkids and what it means to them if we succeed in our efforts, if we can do what Pedro has been doing in Spain for so many years. I was listening to him very carefully, and I want to say to him from here, he's such an inspiration. In the Dutch Parliament, we discussed a lot in recent weeks about the fight against gender-based violence. And there is one country and one leader that is mentioned over and over again in this struggle, and that is Spain and Pedro Sanchez fighting for the rights of women and fighting against gender-based violence. We take inspiration from you. And I personally take inspiration from what Spain has achieved. You know, as a teenager, I witnessed the change of that country and the changes in Europe. I knew the poverty that I saw when I was 14 or 15 years old in Spain. I knew the inherent violence in almost every family, the idea that you can only run a family as a father by using violence against your spouse and your children. And if you look at Spain today, the transformation that's gone on, it gives you hope and inspiration that things can be achieved that when I was a teenager were unthinkable. That is what we need to hold on to. There is no problem in our society, there's no challenge on this planet that we cannot face if we face it together. When I was a teenager, Europe was ravaged by terrorism. In Spain, in Germany, in Italy, in the UK, in many other places. And how did we face that challenge? By only complaining about it? By only trying to catch the terrorists? Yes, we tried to catch terrorists, but we also knew very well that we needed to build a welfare state so that the underlying issues that were making people angry were actually addressed. And there we succeeded. We succeeded. And even in recent years, Pedro has done the unthinkable. Look at Catalonia today and compare that Catalonia with Catalonia under right-wing direction. On the brink of conflict, and now things are being solved. And what is the main issue for young people in Catalonia today? Housing, as Pedro said. And if you address the housing issue, you just address the issues that mean things to people in their daily lives. And as Jonas was saying earlier, let us be the movement that sits down at every kitchen table, not asking people, what do you vote? On what side of the equation are you? But what is your main concern? What keeps you awake at night? What are your dreams for your kids and grandkids? And then, starting from that position, step by step, come up with policies that address these issues. Make sure that affordable housing becomes the main issue. That is why in our political platform, we will dedicate 36 billion euros for the next 10 years to address the housing crisis in the Netherlands and build affordable housing. And housing should not be a result of market forces. Housing is a right that every citizen should have. And I say it from the Netherlands. We achieved social housing, and one of the architects of this building was one of the biggest inspirations in social housing 100 years ago. We achieved social housing by not believing those who said that it was unaffordable. 100 years ago. We did it again after the Second World War. We need to do it again now. It's part of our DNA. There is only one movement that can do that. Those are the progressive, the Labour, and the Social Democrats. We're able to do that. And there is another thing I wanted to share with you. We have decided, on the left, to step over differences between the Green Left and Dutch Labour Party. Not look at our differences, but look at our similarities, look at our common ideals. And we have created a new political movement in the Netherlands. A political movement that by now has 123,000 members, which is huge for the Netherlands, much bigger than another political party. New members are coming to us on a daily basis. This, my friends, is the future of progressive politics, to be open to other progressive and left-wing forces and to try to come together. And let me return to the issue of welfare. At the time, in the 70s, the Soviet Union was actually pouring money into terrorist organizations because they knew it would destabilize our societies. This is exactly the nature of Putin's hybrid war right now, pouring money into extreme right organizations, pouring money into the industry of lies that pretend to be journalism, pouring money in everything that weakens the fabric of our society. So if we talk about the welfare state, if we talk about housing, healthcare, education, social security, we are talking about the very essence of what we're trying to defend against foreign aggressors. And if you want to defend that, you will also need a strong military. But the financing of a stronger military cannot happen at the expense of the very thing you're trying to defend. So all right-wing parties in my country are financing the increase of defense spending by massive, massive cuts in healthcare. Unacceptable to us. Healthcare is an essential element in a society that is on the way in a demographic change that will need more healthcare in the future. And we can do this. Doom and gloom about healthcare is completely misplaced. And we see in other places how we can tackle that issue and bring back hope, but especially give people the assurance that when a new form of medication is invented, it will be accessible to everyone with an insurance without having to pay extra for it. This is not for the few, this is for the many. Medication, healthcare, treatment should be accessible not on the basis of what you earn or what you have, but on what you need. That is the welfare state. There's also budget cuts in education, and I join Pedro in saying, if you cut the spending on education, you undermine the future of our economy. Not just in terms of creating equal opportunity, but also in terms of the needs of the industry of the future that will be knowledge-based, and therefore we need a strong educational system. And again, let me go back to history once more because I see David here. The Good Friday Agreements, one of the biggest achievements of labor in modern history. The Good Friday Agreements were possible because they were built on the idea that the welfare state would become accessible to everyone. The social elements, the care elements, the equity elements, the equality elements are an essential part of this historic achievement. And we should never forget that if you want to end wars and conflict, you need to think about building the welfare state, rebuilding the welfare state, strengthening the welfare state. Of course, I could talk for hours about fundamental rights, about civil rights. But the one contribution our movement has given to Europe and the world is that civil rights can only work if they are paired with social rights. They are just as much part of civil rights as the other civil rights. So, my friends, I leave you with a very brief message. Look for unity. Build bridges. Don't exclude people because of what they say. Have a conversation with them, even if what they're saying is not to your liking or is even offensive. Very often people are saying offensive things, want to share their pain. Take them seriously. And I say it like Anthony Albanese did. We saw with Prime Minister Carney said the same thing. And of course, Jacinda Ardern is actually the inventor of this. Don't forget about kindness. Kindness is an essential element of our politics. Kindness to people who are perhaps not even kind to us. But if we understand, you know, our problem has always been the same. We come with solutions, whereas people don't understand that we have understood their problem. Everything starts with seeing people's pain, acknowledging it, but then the radical right, the populists stop there. I acknowledge your pain, I make it bigger, and I find a scapegoat to blame. Our task is much more complicated, because we know that for complicated problems, there's always an easy and simple solution, but that's always a wrong solution. Solutions are also complicated, and we need to build the trust that we understand people's predicament. People who today have less confidence in the future than they had when, you know, my parents were my age or my grandparents. But still we can bring this confidence back, starting by showing that we understand the challenge, and then step by step we come with solutions to those challenges, like investing massively in housing, healthcare, education, and social security. That, my friends, is our task. I hope to be able to bring this message clearly to the Dutch electorate in the next 11 days, and I hope then to be able to report to you that we've won the election and that we will form a government that breaks with right-wing policies and goes for a social future. Thank you. Thank you. Let's build this society together in fairness, equity, equal opportunities. Thank you very much. And thank you for being in Amsterdam. Thank you for backing me now. Please come to the stage, the leaders in the front.
Great to speak. Thanks.
So good. Thanks. Thanks. Thanks.
No.